gardens, including those in the Vitality T20 Blast and the 100 later this summer. If you're seeking a score sheet for the game, they're available free of charge from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2024 Glamorgan Yearbook, and you can also obtain a copy of Chris Cook's testimonial brochure. It's available for a minimum donation of £5. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sport, is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and will be open until the close of play this evening. As always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. This is a brand new initiative for 2024, and as a result, the Lewis Lounge on the top floor of the National Cricket Centre is now a viewing area for members only and without any bar facilities. Snacks can, though, still be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open once again today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Amongst the displays is a brand new one which celebrates the career of the late Don Shepherd, the legendary Glamorgan bowler who took 2,218 wickets during a magnificent career from 1950 until 1972. We're very grateful to Don's family for making these lovely items available. There's also a special film that you can watch which contains some of the highlights of Don's career. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks, which are available for sale in order to raise funds for the running of the museum. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval, which is scheduled to be at approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon.
on, switch on.
Just let me know as soon as they start gathering the photos, and I'll come to your camera.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens from BBC Sport Online.
Good morning, Borridar. Too much umpires.
Glamorgan 411 for 9 in their second innings at the start of the third day's play. 411 for 9 in their first innings at the start of the third day's play. A lead of 133 over Sussex. 1 wicket to take for the visitors.
As well to the 2 knocked-out batters from Glamorgan, Zainul Hassan and Mia Hamza.
That's telling you. Dr. Hignell on the PA. The volume is as ever. And, well, it's a sunny day, thankfully, once more. It may remain so for the duration today, or we may get a thunderstorm at some point around tea time. Who knows? Anyway, let's enjoy the cricket that we've got. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Adrian Harms from BBC Sussex Sport, and Edward Bevan is the other member of our commentary team. Glamorgan batting on. I don't think this is going to last long, Adrian. I think I'd been tempted to declare overnight and get on with it from the Glamorgan point of view.
I agree. I'm a little surprised. I just wonder with a slightly inclement forecast whether Glamorgan might have thought 10 minutes before start of play you can have a bat Sussex, but we may be proved wrong. Oh dear, is that me? It's my laptop making horrible noises. Sorry.
Here's Seals then to start the day bowling to number 11, Mia Hamza. It's down leg side and Hamza makes no contact. Mia Hamza seems to be very much a number 11. He's scored 10 runs so far for Glamorgan for once out. And it'll be up to Zainul Hassan to try and strike a few merry blows to get an extra few runs on this Glamorgan total, but you wonder, given that weather forecast, whether it's really worth taking up this time. Here's Seals looking for his 6th wicket then, into bowl to Hamza, who's deflected that on the leg side. They go through for a quick single, and that's out. It's run out, and Glamorgan are all out for 411, as Hamza tried to pinch a quick single that really wasn't there. And, well...
That was a waste of time, wasn't it?
Early proceedings last precisely 2 balls.
Well, we did say we couldn't quite understand. I mean, that's just wasted 2 overs, isn't it?
Yeah. No, 3. Yeah,
that's ridiculous, really.
It was...
Hamza was run out by Tom Haynes.
Good strike from Tom Haynes.
I said yesterday, actually, in terms of Sussex shying at the stumps, that Tom Haynes is the best. He's got no end of run-outs as Tom. So that was very good. But as I say, we did wonder how long this might go on, and that's just sort of wasting a bit of time, really. Let's see how far he is out.
It's fairly close, but it is out.
It is out, yeah.
As he's looking to get off strike, played it past the close fielder at short leg, but there was also a Haynes saving the single at mid-wicket, and save it he did. Right. Seals finishes with 5 for 101 then, unchanged from his overnight figures. And in terms of the wicket taking, the other successful Sussex players, 1 for Ari Carvelis, 1 for 72, 2 for 66 Danny Lamb, 1 for 15 Tom Clark, Hudson Prentice 0 for 50, Coles 0 for 82, and Haynes 0 for 22. So here we are. Let Dr. Hignell read those figures in full.
Sam was unbeaten on 25. In that total, there were 5 extras comprising 2 byes, 1 leg bye, and 2 no balls. Here are the Sussex bowling figures. Jason Seals, 23.2 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 101. R.A. Cabela, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 72. Finn Hudson Prentice, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 50. Danny Lamb, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 66. James Coles, 18 overs, no maidens, 0 for 82. Tom Clark, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. and Tom Haynes. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22.
So something of an anticlimactic start to the day, and we can get the real business some 11 minutes later than ideally scheduled. What's going on around the country, I hear you ask? In Division 2, one other game ongoing, and Gloucestershire are in a very strong position against Northants, the reverse of their rugby encounter, which Northampton won 90-0 against a weak Gloucester side yesterday. Gloucestershire are 82 without loss in their second innings. That's 320 runs in the lead, and in a position to set Northants a formidable chase up at Wantage Road. In Division 1, Durham against Hampshire at Southampton. Hampshire totalled 503 with a century from Tom Prest and 126 from Ali Orr. Durham in reply are 147 for 3. Alex Lees made 71. A couple of wickets for Liam Dawson already. At Canterbury, Kent are 112 for 2 with Daniel Bell Drummond on 55 not out after losing a couple of early wickets to Joe Leach. That's in reply to Worcestershire's 618 for 7 declared, and plenty of big scores there. Century for Gareth Roderick, 72 for Kashif Ali, 90 from Adam Hose, and then a big unbeaten partnership between the West Indian all-rounder Jason Holder with 123 not out and Matthew Waite, who made 100 not out. So plenty of runs for the pairs at Canterbury. At Trent Bridge, fairly even game there. Lancashire made 331 all out. Nottinghamshire in reply 287 for 7, and owing it all really to Hasib Hamid, who's still there, 141 not out for the opener now, virtually half his side's runs. At the Oval, fairly even game. Surrey are 328 for 6, that's 15 runs behind Warwickshire with 4 wickets left, and Jamie Smith is, as I speak, on 99 not out.
I was reading about that knock last night, actually, Nick, in a report in the paper, and they said it was a fabulous knock. And you know, this production line at Surrey just goes on and on, doesn't it? And they were saying he batted absolutely beautifully. I think he keeps wicket as well.
Yeah, he can do. It's Ben Folkes in this match, but yeah, one of several Surrey who've got who can keep wicket. And yeah, you have to admire what they do. They have natural advantages, of course, with the population of South London and Surrey, and a ground well placed to attract a lot of income, and fair play, they do make the most of it. In international T20s, Zimbabwe have beaten Bangladesh by 8 wickets, and this afternoon in Dublin, Ireland face Pakistan again, looking for another win in the IPL. Chennai Super Kings against Rajasthan Royals is this morning's offering in Chennai. But here, if you are just joining us and wondering why we are not commentating with the sun shining, the Glamorgan first innings lasted for just 2 more balls this morning before Mir Hamza ran himself out trying to pinch a single and get off strike. So Glamorgan will take 7 bonus points from the match compared to Sussex's 4, and hopefully we should be all set for another gripping contest after we saw some really high quality cricket yesterday, didn't we, with Ingram batting against Seals in particular.
I thought how nice it was last night, Nick, that when we interviewed Jayden Seals, that Colin Ingram came over, shook his hand, said well bowled, and Jayden spoke about Colin Ingram being a world-class player, and it was just that bonding between cricketers is really just terrific, really. Well done on Colin Ingram for coming over and shaking hands. But I thought yesterday that they were two world-class performances. Certainly Seals in the morning was electrically quick. It's quite humid here. Would it be right to say it just feels a bit sticky?
Yeah, well, I suppose would fit in with the forecast of a potential thunderstorm this afternoon.
I just wonder if these might be quite favourable bowling conditions.
Might be a little bit of swing around.
So Sussex will just need to be a little careful in their reply. I mean, it's a not insubstantial lead, is it, 133? It certainly gives Glamorgan the licence to attack this morning. So just a little surprised that they did come out of the bat and it just lasted a couple of balls. And then we had, a 10-minute delay whilst the Haynes and Clark run up and get there. He hasn't been in great form, Tom Clark. He'll be hoping to make a score second time around.
Yeah, there's interesting talking about selection to both men. Colin Ingram was asked very gingerly by me about the possibility that he might miss out when Marnus Labuschagne arrives.
I was impressed by that, Nick.
Well, I thought I had to raise it in some manner, and he's very gentlemanly about it. Said, well, whatever's best for the team, and need the team to do well. But it would be very tough indeed on a guy who scored 3 centuries in 5 matches. But you have to think that it would be very difficult to leave out one of the world's top Test batters as well. And in terms of the bowling attack, as shorter numbers as they are, and best performance so far on day one from Mir Hamza, it'd be very difficult to leave him out. So we shall see come Thursday stroke Friday.
Sorry, Nick. I thought it was very tactfully put. And actually, he must be a nice bloke, Colin Ingram, because I can think of some players you might have might have taken offence to that. Not particularly cricketers. We had to ask the question, and you did.
Indeed. Jaden Seals seemed quite chipper on his prospects at playing for the West Indies.
I thought he was really good last night. For anyone who hasn't, the interview by me wasn't particularly good, but what Jaden said was very interesting. And he spoke about how he thought he bowled really well in the morning, but then kind of lost it in the middle part of the day. And he said he was disappointed with himself. James Kirtley came down to work, but then we commented on that midway through the afternoon. And then he bowled really well with the new ball. So I just thought he was a really humble guy. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, be looking out for him in the West Indies Test team.
Well, they must have a good attack if he gets left out. That's all I can say.
Indeed, especially if he comes into that on the back of experiences of UK county pictures. Okay.
Well, definitely. You'd have thought he'd been almost an automatic pick, really.
One would hope so. Mir Hamza to open up then, Adrian.
Yes, and he's going to bowl to Tom Clark with 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. And this is going to be a very interesting, couple of hours. Colin Ingram last night spoke about the pitch. He felt that the ball was sticking in the pitch a little bit. And batting certainly early on may not be that easy against this new ball. In comes Hamza, bowls to Clark, who lets that go through to Cook. And there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us the usual Sussex way. And I forget your one, Nick. I do apologise.
NickWebb2017 on Twitter, or NickWebb2017 at gmail.com on the old electronic mail.
Yeah, be lovely to hear from you on this. It's sort of hazy sunshine at the minute. It's quite humid down here in Cardiff this morning. With that, the sun comes out a little more strongly as Hamza is in bowls and Clark is forward defensively, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Much as I thoroughly enjoy working with you, Nick, and with Edward.
Don't tell me you can't wait to leave.
I was sorely I got here reasonably early this morning, decided to have a walk around Bute Park, because I do like Bute Park, and walking along the river, and there's always people around, and it's always there's cyclists and people walking their dogs. It's just I just like it. And there's a food festival going on, and the food festival wasn't open, but there was a lot of people gathered outside the food festival. As in comes Mir Hamza running in and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays 2 mid off with a very straight bat, and there is no run. So being a nosy sort, I wandered over to see what was going on, and soon realised there were a lot of people there with the rock choir. I don't know if that's I'd imagine there's several rock choirs in Cardiff, but they were singing, or are going to be singing, at 11:30 and 1 o'clock, they were telling me. And I was quite tempted. A Welsh rock choir sounds pretty good to me. So if you're going to that food festival, apparently they're going to be sort of serenading people as they go in at 11:30. So I was quite tempted to stay, but the cricket just about won. In comes Hamza, bowls, and Clark is forward, plays to backward point, no run. Mir Hamza's got his hands in the air. He's an enthusiastic cricketer, isn't he, Mir Hamza?
He likes that. Yes, it tends to be the spinners who end every delivery with their arms up in the air, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But Hamza is a fast bowler who does. Of 5 tests, most recently in January, having played under the Glamorgan coach Grant Bradburn, who was with the Pakistan set up last year.
In comes Hamza over the wicket, bowls. Oh, and Clark is rather pinned on the crease. The ball, I think, hit him with a thigh pad, bounces in front of him. No run. And the former Sussex coach is now the coach of Pakistan, Jason Gillespie. That was announced a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I do like Butte Park. I mentioned it off air, Nick. I do like it. I mean, the flowers, there aren't too many flowers out at the minute, but the flower beds did look well tended for. But they needed to cut the grass. But it may be the same in this neck of the woods as where I live, that the local authorities seem to say, well, it's all about wild grass and it's home to the whatever it is. But I
keep them bees buzzing.
Yeah, I just thought it looked a bit of a mess, if I'm being honest. In comes Hamza. Over the wicket, bowls, and Clark defends into the gully. There is no run. The first over is safely negotiated by Tom Clark. What was interesting there with Mir Hamza, he made Tom Clark play pretty much everything in that over. So Sussex are yet to get off the mark, trailing by 133, and it's going to be James Harris who's going to come up on this, the Cathedral Road end. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm all for wildlife, and bees are fantastic, aren't they? But I just think when all these places are just left for the grass to grow, it looks a bit of a mess.
You never quite know whether the environmental reasons are genuine, because I know they do exist, or whether it's just councils taking advantage of that, hiding behind that green fig leaf to actually cut back the services.
Yeah,
but
well, totally. Yeah.
There we are.
Perhaps the truth is somewhere in between.
It usually is. As in comes James Harris to bowl to Tom Haynes, who plays it on the offside. Reminded of Blondie's last album, which is called Pollinator, which came with lots of accompanying calls to save the bees and act in environmentally friendly ways, etc.
Well, that's good knowledge. I know. Was their first album Parallel Lines?
That was the first famous album.
Oh, right, okay. Wow, I'm getting a music lesson here.
As Harris is in to bowl to Haynes, down leg side, no contact made. Cook takes.
Oh, tell me more.
They had 2 albums before that. The first one was eponymous, simply called Blondie. It came out initially on an independent label before being taken up by Chrysalis, and then there was a second album, Plastic Letters, which you'll have heard of a couple of the tracks of, I assume, as Harris is in to bowl to Tom Haynes in the sunshine, and Haynes goes for a flashing drive and gets an inside edge or a bottom edge and gets a couple of runs down to fine leg to get them underway.
Well, that was... We'll come back to Plastic Letters in a minute, but I don't think that was a great shot by Tom Haynes. He certainly likes to get on with it as an opener, but that didn't look like a great shot to me at all, and he's quite fortunate to still be there.
That's played from outside off stump, and it's shot past his leg stump.
It was very, very fortunate there.
So a couple of runs to Haynes to get Sussex underway. 1-3-1 is the deficit, and Harris is in bowls, and that is four runs, I think, Mason Crane might have got a fingertip to it, but it's still going to run away towards the boundary and just beats his charge towards the third man ropes. And a rather more genuine shot there.
Yeah, that's a very strong area for Tom Haynes through that backward point. He does like to get on with it. We all know the way that Test cricket is played these days, but he could so easily be back in the pavilion. I guess it's getting that balance right between attacking and but he'll feel a lot better for that boundary.
6 without loss, Sussex. If you are just tuning in, logging on, clicking the buttons, whatever, then Glamorgan all out without addition to their overnight 411. As Harris bowls, and Haynes is playing this one carefully up to wide mid-off, and it's fielded by Kiran Carlson to a cacophony of applause from the Glamorgan infield. Well, the crowd's poor, to be honest, today. You'd have expected a few more on a sunny Sunday.
What did it cost to get in today, Nick, if you were just sort of a member of the public?
Don't have that figure off the top of my head.
Sorry, that's probably an unfair question.
As Harris bowls a short pitch delivery that Haynes sways underneath. 6 without loss at the end of the over. You probably have heard of the singles off plastic letters. Denis.
Yeah.
Big hit and touched by a present steer. No?
I don't know that one.
That's
I know Denis.
I shan't attempt to sing because I'm the one Welsh person in a nation of 3 million who can't sing.
Because the famous one was Heart of Glass, wasn't it? Which there
were several famous ones off.
But that, and that was on parallel. Yeah, interesting. I have to say, sorry, talking music, Mia Hamza was just walking towards his. I was fortunate enough last year to go to Glastonbury, Nick, and Debbie Harry played on the Sunday. As in comes Hamza, running into bowl to Tom Clark. 3 slips goes down, and Clark defends to mid-on, and there is no run. No, it kind of wasn't great, really. If I'm being honest, I mean, she was such a fantastic artist. I just thought it was, Debbie Harry's, late 70s now.
Late 70s, yeah.
But it was just, I'd seen her before. It was fantastic, and
she's still got a reasonable voice left. Doesn't go for the high notes quite as much as.
It's a big place to play Glastonbury as well. A lot of people. Big field. In comes Hamza bowls to Clark. He plays to mid-off. No run. Now, yesterday, we were talking about one of the Sussex backroom staff was standing on the gantry at the far end. Now, we were surmising it was Paul Farbrace, who was very keen to point out last night that it wasn't him who was up there doing all sorts of Pilates exercises, but it was Grant Flower. Now, I'm only assuming that it's Grant today. The lads might be able to sort of say, we think it is. We just had the nod from next door. So Grant likes it up there.
It's a lovely viewing spot.
Yeah, it is. He's making sure he's standing still as Hamza is in and bowls, and Clark defends into the offside. No run. He's doing a good job here, Hamza. He's using the new ball. He's making Sussex play at everything.
This is the television gantry that we're talking about at the River Taff end, and as seen there, you can look down over the river as well as look at the cricket.
A few people rowing, I expect, this morning, and
the cricket's this way.
Yeah, that's right. They might say, Grant, you're meant to be up there watching how these Sussex batters are playing. There was a bit of a chat going on down there with Ingram, North East, and Cook, maybe about a tactic. Let's see what happens. In comes Hamza, bowls, and Clark's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Mia Hamza, who's probing away here. This is a good opening spell, and Colin Ingram was saying last night, how important the new ball might be this morning.
Yeah, I think you'd have thought that Glamorgan would need to knock over 3 or 4 pretty quickly if they're going to have a chance of winning this game.
Hamza, who picked up 4 for 70 in the first innings in 23 overs. Former Sussex player. We've got a photograph. I need to get to Nick somehow of me and Nick in the commentary box at Hove about 5 years ago during his Sussex days. He's in and bowls, and that's a nice looking shot by Tom Clark, and that will do his confidence a world of good. It's racing away towards the far end of the ground, and it's gone all the way for 4 runs. That was right out the middle of the bat, nicely timed by Tom Clark, and Tom Haynes And Tom Clark just touched gloves as they walked past each other. Nice looking shot. Sussex 2-10 without loss.
Yes, there have been some big scoring between Glamorgan and Sussex, particularly in the matches at Hove over recent years. With Glamorgan's second innings 700 plus coming last year.
In comes Hamilton and bowls, and he beats Clark again outside of the off stump. Good delivery, just moving away from the left-handed Clark through to Chris Cook. There is no run, 10 without loss. Clark on 4, Haynes on 6.
So Rich Mucky, looking forward to a good day's viewing and listening from the sun deck on our Gower retreat. All right, don't make me jealous. Friday was 15 quid, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
He was here on the first day of this game. Edward Cooper reminds us Labuschagne's Salmon partnership of 291 at Hove was in 2019, and Salmon was dismissed on 99. There have been a lot of Glamorgan partnerships set in the last few years. Well, I've been on commentary duties as Harris is in to bowl, and that's played square of the wicket by Haynes, and they'll pick up a couple of runs because Root couldn't pick it up at point, and Crane had to go around the boundary. 12 without loss, so the two batters remain at the same ends as they have done since the start of the innings. So Glamorgan's partnership records for each wicket. There are 4 of them have been set in the last 3 seasons now out of the 10 wicket stands. Harris is in, bowls down leg side. No contact made by Haynes. So second wicket, Byram and Ingram here 2 years ago against Sussex, 328. Fifth wicket, now Ingram and Carlson, replacing Carlson and Cook against Northampton here, which was 3 years ago. It's now the first 2024 record. As Harris races away from us into bowl, slashed square of the wicket. More runs here for Tom Haynes. Could be 4. It is 4. Down to the wide third man boundary, and Sussex galloping along. Haynes into double figures, 16 without loss in this 4th over. Then we've got the 461 Northeastern Cook at Leicester 2 years ago, and the 211 for the 8th wicket, Cook and Nice at Leicester in 2023. So Leicester and Sussex seem to be Glamorgan's favourite targets for big stands in recent years.
James Harris would be annoyed bowling there to Tom Haynes. It's such a strong that they've already moved a fielder back to that deep backward point position. Here's again.
Next one is again slapped down towards backward point, and a sprawling save by Crane this time. Saves a couple of runs.
Yeah, I would say that Tom Haynes probably gets wide of the mark here, but 3/4 of his runs through point and backward point. And I know that players study each other in the way that players play, but he's really got licence to play that shot this morning.
18 without loss. Haynes has 14 of them. Can Harris restrict him outside that off stump? In he comes. Ball's turned on the leg side to mid wicket. Fielded by Byram, and there is no run. So yeah, quite a few of those records gone in recent years. The longest one standing is 1929, a 9th wicket stand of 203 not out. And there's one just post-war, and all the rest have been in the last 30 years or so. Harris in, bowls to Haynes, cracking drive, beautiful piece of fielding by Billy Root at cover. Fine cricket from both batter and fielder on that occasion. 18 without loss. Harris slightly expensive so far. 0 for 14, just giving Haynes too much room outside off stump. So another sun-kissed day here at Sophia Gardens, at least for the time being. Just depends which forecast you believe as to whether we will get a full day's play in or not, but it is one for the old sun hats and sunscreen again. As Mir Hamza will continue into his third over from the River Taff end, and Edward Bevan is alongside me to describe it. Edward.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, good morning, everybody. And here's Mir Hamza and bowls now. This brings Haynes forward as he just pushes up to mid-off. A very watchful, careful start here, because Sussex know that they have to get a platform and they have to get it at least over 300 runs to try and force anything out of this game. What we don't want, Nick, is Sussex perhaps tomorrow 500 to 600 lunchtime, nothing to play for.
Well, they might be tempted to a cheeky declaration if they got that far.
Hamza bowls, forces Haynes on the back foot as he pushes it out onto the offside. There are no symptoms, if we can call it that, of thunderstorms here. It's not oppressive. It's an absolutely glorious day.
Adrian, I was saying it just felt a little touch more humid.
Did you? Oh.
Yeah.
Coming up from the west this morning, it's a cloudless sky. And everybody either turning off to go down to Swansea, to the Gower, or further up the M4 going off to Porthcawl, which will be packed, no doubt. Hamza, who's made a steady start here, coming in and bowls to the left-handed Haynes and gets an edgy 4 runs down towards third man. Didn't exactly play it there, but Hamza looks at the ground as if to say, is there no justice? He was looking to play it way square, but it squirted down to third man, and the score moves on to 22 without loss.
Yeah, it was safe enough. It wasn't
All
where he played it, but it was all along the ground, so no danger there.
Hamza 4 wickets in the first innings. It's coming over the wicket and bowls again. This time appeal for LBW's gone. LBW gets his man after being hit for 4. Glamorgan strike, and they strike early. Off goes Haynes. LBW and Glamorgan get a very, very good wicket. It looked rather straight, that. Oh yeah, nip back and hit him.
Clark's continuing struggles this season. Gone for 18 in the first innings and hasn't really got going. And Clark back in the pavilion.
Yeah, mistakenly said it was Haynes, so apologies for that. 2 left-handers, similar build.
And we get another one to replace him. The 3 left-handers by the name of Tom.
Yes.
Anyway, it is Clark who's gone, struck fairly low down, and 22 for 1. It's the early breakthrough that Glamorgan needed. I was saying to Adrian that Glamorgan really need at least 3 or 4 with the new ball if they're going to stand any chance of winning this match.
So Clark departs for just 8, and the third Tom comes in.
Tom Alsop with 233 runs this season.
The incoming batter for Sussex is Tom Alsop.
Average of just 38. Says he trying to do some instant maths to adjust the figure coming into the game. So yeah, Glamorgan potentially with a bit of a selection dilemma, which put to Colin Ingram. He was trying to put a brave face on it. What on earth do you do when you've got
it's simple.
a world-class batter arriving. You've got a guy who's hit 300 in 5 matches, and you can't drop your
in the country.
And you can't drop your bowler because you need him to lead the attack.
Well, I know. I think I mentioned it. You know, I would say to Colin Ingram, carry on, and to Marnus, who currently has been in France and is still there. As I said yesterday, I don't think there are any net facilities in France for him. Perhaps he could play a game for the second team. It's thoroughly deserved, I would have thought, for Colin Ingram to continue. What are your thoughts on it?
It would be fairer, but I think he'll be left out, Ingram.
Allsop waits. In comes Hamza. Bowls the first ball, and this is played rather tentatively away. And Hamza stays there like the man with outstretched arms, as if to say, if that had nipped back, I might have had a second. Played it out to mid-wicket. 22 for 1. And they still trail by 111 runs.
Well, if Labuschagne does fancy a knock, Glamorgan seconds are playing Lancashire at Abergvenny starting on Tuesday.
Well, Hamza, buoyed by that wicket, comes racing in from that far end, bowls to Allsop. Allsop gets the ball, and up go the arms of the 4 slips and the wicket keeper, and he gets away with a streaky single. That's an excellent over. Deserved applause from the small crowd that's here on this beautiful day. To hear you saying it's just a little bit oppressive, Nick, would certainly help the swing bowlers, especially Hamza. He'll enjoy it, and also James Harris, who took 4 wickets again in the first innings. He now, unlike when he started, relies on swing, movement off the pitch, just a little bit of movement. So if he can hit his straps as well, it'll be quite a test for the Sussex batsmen. So 4 slips either end now. Glamorgan on the attack.
So Harris on his way in to bowl to Allsop on 1 not out, and back of a length. Allsop plays it well, getting up on his toes, playing it out on the offside, and Carlson jogs in from cover.
The thing is, Nick, that as well as defending and trying not to lose your wicket, Sussex have to score runs, because there's a fairly big deficit of 133 in the first innings, and they've got to get the runs on the board. And you can stay there, and then you might get a ball with your name on it, and not many runs added.
Harris on his way into Allsop, again just back of a length, again well defended by Allsop. I'm not sure if it's the sort of pitch that's producing balls with your name on it as yet. It's a long way from a terror track. It's not necessarily easy to force. You have to get yourself
and when it swings
fairly in. But Ingram got going straight away.
Yes, he did. And there's a young man, a middle-aged man coming in next who might get on his way. Jachin Pujara.
In comes Harris. Bowls down leg side, and Cook can't take it cleanly, and there'll be byes here. It was an awkward one as Ingram goes back to retrieve from close to the boundary, and they jog back for a couple of byes. All valuable on the Sussex total, which goes on to 25 for 1, 108 runs in arrears here on BBC Sport Online. Edward Bevan, Nick Webb and Adrian Harms, your commentary team for the day. Clark back in the pavilion, dismissed by Hamza for 8. Glamorgan lost Hamza run out without addition this morning. Harris bowls, forward comes Allsop and plays that one firmly to Carlson at cover, so plenty of scoring opportunities now with 4 slips. Crane is at point, Carlson is at mid-off, Al Hassan is at mid-on, Byram at mid-wicket, and Hamza down at a rather wide fine leg. Left-handers, the Sussex top 3. There's Harris in, bowls full length, driven nicely on the onside, but fielded by Al Hassan, and Allsop doesn't add to his previous single. So It's been a good contest so far this match. There's been always
great
something
game
to talk about. The game swung back and forth during the Sussex first innings as they lost wickets in the middle and then the tail recovered. Harris into bowl. Sketchy drive from Alsop. It's run away for 4 runs. But it certainly wasn't where he intended it to, down to the third man boundary. Don't think it was catching height, but it was a good attempt to stop it at 4th slip.
There's movement there. Obviously, Hamza, we've seen, is getting a lot of movement, and Harris there got the outside edge, and they're trying their best to make the best of this new ball, which they have to strike, as you said a few moments ago, because these are the key bowlers. You have got Gorvin and Hossan as 3rd and 4th seamers, but they're not nearly the threat that these two are. And you've got the leg spin. Now, he might be useful, Crane, on this.
Could be a day for a long bowl for Crane.
Hamza to continue then. Comes in and bowls, and that's caught at 3rd slip. A 2nd wicket goes. A bit of a juggle, but Corvin caught it in the end. 2 wickets in successive overs, and Sussex are in a little bit of bother here. They lose Haynes for 14, caught by Goving of the bowling of Hamza. 25 for 2. Somebody said to me this morning, do you think this will be all over today? Who knows?
Well, Mir Hamza will try and make it the case. That was a rather loose shot, actually. Looking back at it, he was always pushing upwards there, Haynes. I'm not sure if it just didn't come through, but he has gone for 14, 29 for 2. The deficit is 104.
It was a loose shot. It was wide of the off stump, but Glamorgan won't worry about that, and they will be cock-a-hoop when they look at that scoreboard and see that there are lots and lots and lots of overs left today.
But they'll also look up at the pavilion in just a moment as Haynes reaches the door, and they will see the very formidable figure of Cheteshwar Pujara coming down. Now, he got 41 in the first innings, and I was shocked to read that in 4 previous innings against Glamorgan, he had accumulated 9 runs.
That's right.
Glamorgan had got him quickly every time.
The incoming batter for Sussex, Cheteshwar Pujara.
And he had a worse record against Glamorgan coming into this game than any other first-class team that he had faced in his long and very distinguished career, with 103 tests to his name.
Well, the Toms have finished. Just check Pujara now.
One Tom left.
Well, yeah, but at least we have the right and left-hand combination. Yes. And another wicket, and it's only 20 to 12, an hour and 20 minutes. Another wicket or 2, and Glamorgan will be well on top here. And those who have been criticising the lack of penetration from Hamza, and that interview he said, look, I'm not here to bowl maiden after maiden, I'm here to take wickets. Well, he's certainly proved it in this game.
Yeah, 6 in the match.
And he will not be dropped, I would have thought, for the next game.
Well, with Van der Hoogten injured, Podmore injured, McIlroy hasn't exactly been prolific so far. You can't really leave him out, otherwise you will not have any bowling experience.
Pujara to face his first ball. 3 slips go down, and in comes... And that's really well. That nearly got through. He got down rather late. This ball, we saw it in the Sussex innings, is keeping a shade low. Let's see, the LBWs, there were 1, 2, 3 in the Sussex first innings. There were 1, 2, 3, no, 1, just the 2 in the Glamorgan innings. We got 1 here now, which does tell you that batting is not easy at the moment. As Pujara waits, As in comes Hamza over the wicket, bowls to the right-hander, and he's right forward, plays it back down to mid-on. There's no run. 29 for 2, and the deficit at the start was 133. And Glamorgan have already made inroads. They've dismissed the openers at 29. Also not having the greatest of seasons in Pujara, and here is Hamza in again. Bowls, but Pujara and its edge to third, slip all along the ground. Terrific over this by the Pakistan bowler.
Yeah, Pujara's before this innings 322 runs at an average of 80.
Last year he got 2 double hundreds in the same game against Derbyshire, I believe. Key wicket for Glamorgan as in comes Hamza again. Bowls to him and he plays it away, gets off the mark with a single down to fine leg. Just drifting down the leg side. But that is the end of an excellent over from Mir Hamza. It was going to be, but there's one ball left, so apologies for that. And it'll be Tom Alsop, who's not having a great season, but needs to get a lot of runs today to try and help his side. Hamza comes in, bowls to Alsop. Alsop is back on his stumps and plays defensively. That's the end of another good over. Hamza now has bowled 4 overs, 2 for 10. He just removed both openers. First to go was Tom Clark, LBW, for 8, and then he had Haynes caught it. Third slip by Gorvin. A little bit of a juggle, but in the end took it safely. He was out for 14. And 2 new batsmen. Pujara just off the mark with a single, and Tom Alsop is there, not out. 5. And now then, just watching Hamza, he held his hand up to the captain there. I wonder if he said, well, take a rest. This is generally the time that he takes a rest, but surely he's worth a couple more now, Nick. You would have thought with 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Only 4 overs
Surely.
Bowled. Another one.
Oh, yeah.
You'd have thought maybe that was the signal. I'll have another one, please.
Or 2.
Or 2. Harris looking to add to Sussex's discomfort, but Pujara is forward, solid as a rock, and defending it back to the bowler. So 3 slips for Harris to Pujara. There's a point and a wide mid-off, so a big gap through the covers. On the leg side is more thickly populated because Root is in on the drive, and we have seen that in county cricket this season, that slips disappear and mutate into players in the front of the wicket. As Pujara dabs that into the offside, thinks about a run and hastily changes his mind. So Root is at short mid-wicket. There's also a man at forward square leg, Mason Crane, just forward of the umpire. Mid-on and fine leg, so 4 on the leg side. Harris, 12 wickets so far in first-class cricket this season. And Pujara on the back foot, defending 2 mid-off. And there's no run. So we hope we'll get a day's play in today. The weather forecasts usually sort of take the average of the BBC and the Met Office ones, and they're very different today. There's Harris on his way. Bowls full length to Pujara, who dives into the offside, sprawling half stop at point. They go through for a single. Pujara moves 2, 31 for 2. Good stop at point. I think that's Byron there. Yeah. Twitter timeline was full this morning of the woes of Welsh rugby after all 4 professional sides lost. Harris into bowl to Alsop, full length ball driven by Alsop. Oh, slightly misfielded by Ul Hassan, but no run. Not a great weekend, in that the Welsh sides were sort of competitive mostly for 40 to 60 minutes and then fell apart in the closing stages.
Did you see the table this morning?
I don't dare look at anyone.
Apart from the Ospreys, Cardiff have had a poor season. Netley, well, the worst season they've had in years. And, well, the Dragons never have a good season the last couple of years, odd chaps.
Harris in, Alsop plays to cover. Ul Hassan fields 31 for 2 at the end of the over. The deficit is 102 runs after Glamorgan were all out without addition to their overnight 411.
No, yeah, and after these two have a rest, then you will no doubt have Gorvin and Ul Hassan, and they will not, I don't think, prove a threat to take wickets. But if they can bowl accurately, as indeed Gorvin did, at least it'll tie the batsman down. Then you can come back with your opening bowlers. And there is Gorvin, a third slip, just bowling an imaginary ball. But it will be Hamza to continue. And he's bowling to the right-handed Pujara and bowls to him now, and he pushes it away on the offside. They go for a quick single and a misfield there. I think they would have been safe. You've got to be on your toes, haven't you? As Carlson there was pretty quick onto that. But if Pujara calls, you go.
Yeah, Pujara dismissed by Hamza in the first innings for 41. Caught behind, trying to run one down to third man. Always a little bit of extra spice in a encounter between Indian and Pakistani test players.
Here he is now coming into the left-handed Alsop, still the 4 slips. Balls to him now, draws the batsman forward, pushes it up towards mid-on. There's no run. The run rate is quite healthy, 3.84, simply because there are no fielders on the boundary, no third man. And there are 4 slips.
Over 50s international today up at Southport. Wales taking on England. Part of the flourishing senior cricket side scene in Wales.
Mir Hamza comes racing in. Bowls also. A ball so is gone. Yes, yes. A third wicket goes. Hamza takes his third. And Sussex now are in dire straits. They're 38 for 3. Hamza is on fire, and Alsop has gone for 5, and he has 3 for 11. We'll just watch this again, and this nipped back into him, hit him plumb in front. Nick Webb.
Yeah, 3 wickets in successive innings, 32 for 3, still 101 behind. And Hamza is on fire. Well, this is obviously what Grant Bradburn had in mind when he signed him. Slim pickings for Hamza in the first 4 matches with a wicket apiece, but he really has come into his own in this match with 4 wickets in the first innings and now the first 3 in this second innings, and keeping a little bit low, and I don't think Alsop can have any complaints about that one, as he trudges his way up the 39 steps and will be replaced by James Coles, one presumes.
Yes, and well, we've had an interesting first hour as we come up to 7 minutes to 12. We saw a wicket fall in the second.
Batter for Sussex is James Coles.
And we saw a run out, and then the deficit of 133, they've stumbled Sussex to 32 for 3. And they're top of the table, they won 2 games, they're such a well-balanced side. Okay, they're without Ollie Robinson, but you would look at the difference between the two sides. Glamorgan without Tim Vanderhooten, without their main batsman. You say Marnus Labuschagne, but you say that and you think, well, we haven't got a bad chap there replacing him. Now Hamza, all of a sudden, as they say, has come good.
Yeah, I'll have to check with Colin Ingram. Obviously he is getting on in years, but 38 years old, but I heard a suggestion that he may be UK qualified
we heard
next
that,
season.
didn't we?
So
That'll solve a lot of problems.
indeed, that would add to Glamorgan's
Get a strike bowler, as
batting
we've
strength.
been saying.
Yeah, we'll get to. It is a difficult role. We realise that for directors of cricket, getting players who can spend several months here rather than just jet in for a few games.
Has he got commitments, Hamza? I wonder.
He said there was nothing in planned for a return though at the moment.
Well, here he is, and he's coming in now, and bowls to Coles drives, and it's fielded at mid-off, and Carlson looks as if to say, don't think of a run.
Tell me, Edward, umpires
32 for 3, sorry.
signal to each other with 2 balls left of the over.
I can't understand why they
Why is it 2 rather than 1? Any
exactly.
idea?
I've always thought, well, it's not always, because in the old days they wouldn't. They trusted each other. But nowadays you would have thought a new one to go. But and I'd rather see somebody waving one thumb at me or a finger than about 2 all the time. They may think something's going on. 32 for 3. Hamza fired up from that far end, comes in and bowls. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Oh, and Cook is on all 4, touches his head, looks at the ground. To me, that was the ball of the morning.
It moved away from the bat, beat Coles' defensive prod, didn't actually carry to the wicket keeper. So fast though Hamza is bowling, I'm not sure whether the pitch is dying a little bit.
I think he's getting swing. If you look there.
Oh yeah, there was swing there,
yeah.
but there wasn't much carry.
No sort of wind, nothing at all. It's atmosphere as he comes in and bowls outside the off stump. It's left by him, and another excellent over by Hamza. 32 for 3. Hamza's taken 3 for 11, and if you were him, you would say, just give me that ball. 7 wickets in the game for the Pakistani. Andy Govin's going to come and have a bowl.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end.
Just a bowl.
Glamorgan is Andy Gorvin.
Just a ball. Wicket to wicket. Keep it there, thereabouts. Defensive. Well, he doesn't need a defensive field as such, because the rear's still over 100, and he's got 3 slips.
Andrew Gorvin, who everyone thought was a birthday boy on the first day of the match, but apparently it's wrong in quite a few of the published records. It wasn't his birthday at all.
No.
So we'll knock him back to 26. In here comes and bowls to Pujara, and has he got an edge on that?
Yes,
He's caught behind. Pujara goes for 3, 32 for 4. Gorvin strikes with his first ball. Chris Cook snaps up a regulation chance, and Sussex are all over the place, and Glamorgan are rampant.
Absolutely, and that seemed to climb on him. Well, here we go. Yes, it did, and he knew immediately. He stayed there, but there was no chance of a reprieve. He fiddled around there.
Cheteshwar Pujara was caught by Chris Cook from the bowling of Andy Gorvin for 3.
Well, we spoke of the backup seamers doing a restraining job and trying to frustrate Sussex, but here we've got Andy Gorvin getting Pujara with his first ball. What a moment to remember in his fledgling first-class career.
And tell his grandchildren all about that.
Well, it did get up a little bit more than Pujara expected.
Funny enough, we were sitting out there, Nick, you and I, before the start, and I think I said to you, what Glamorgan need now is what happened at Leicester when that record-breaking 410 not out from the Glamorgan cap in Somme North East, and in under one session we saw the Glamorgan seamers, the help of Andrew Salter, it must be said, who took the first couple of wickets, dismiss Leicestershire, which you said, oh yes, heady days.
So here's the skipper to try and stop the Rots out without scoring in the first innings. John Simpson, healthy season so far, like virtually all the Sussex batters.
Got a double hundred, didn't he?
Yeah, 205 not out, a high score this season. Sussex coming into this match with some hugely impressive statistics.
It's incredible, isn't it?
But and Glamorgan, the draw specialists, but at the moment,
Top of the table,
Sussex. One day a rooster, the next year a feather duster.
Interesting, I noticed that John Simpson had opted for the light roller in between innings. Perhaps he thought, well, if you get the heavy one on all this heat, it might just crack a bit. But
yeah,
there's been some excellent bowling here this morning.
They'd use the heavy one to try and kill the pitch. Something Otis Gibson, the Yorkshire coach, was talking about, saying the heavy roller had taken all the life out of the Yorkshire pitch after they'd done their best to use the pitch. Gorvin is in to bowl to the left-handed Simpson, who's playing this one up to mid-on, and there's no run. Adrian Harms will come back in and try and resurrect the Sussex innings after this over.
Better get his pads on.
32 for 4. Didn't really see this coming. Thought there'd be initial assault from Hamza and Harris, but Gorvin adding to the party as well from the Glamorgan point of view. Simpson has edged, and did that carry? I don't think it did, to slip.
Deep on the slowest pitch and slips, but an excellent over from Gorvin.
Finding the edge of Simpson's bat straight away. It was on the first volley, bounce to first slip, and didn't carry, not a chance, but nervous moment for Simpson, who is on a pair. Cole's yet to score at the other end as well. Gorvin into ball. Big LP for RBW is gone. 32 for 5. Gorvin has 2 in an over, and poor old John Simpson has the dreaded pair playing back, pinned in front. There seemed little doubt in terms of height, and Gorvin getting a bit of movement, shaped back in, and umpire Watts deciding that it would have struck off stump.
I think somebody should take a picture of that scoreboard at 32 for 5. Incredible.
John Simpson was LBW to Andy Gorvin.
Could be all over before lunch the way things are going.
Well, these dramatic scenes here at Sapphire Gardens, and
astonishing, and the pitch is, nothing.
It's keeping a little bit low. That's the only thing.
It's swinging in this atmosphere.
And the atmosphere is helping the bowlers as well. But nice sunny day. It's not particularly going up and down. It's largely just down. But well, Gorvin has bowled 4 balls and got rid of Sussex's Indian Test star and one of their most experienced players in John Simpson. Batting to come then, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who looked in good nick in the first innings. Danny Lamb, a very capable all-rounder. Jack Carson, who may be struggling as a result of that back injury, which could well restrict him. He didn't take the field at all in the Glamorgan innings. And then Ari Cavalis and Jayden Seals. Sussex got plenty of runs from their lower order in the first innings, and they're going to need them again in this second innings if they're not to suffer a second defeat of the season. And Glamorgan, who've been helped out by bad weather over the last couple of weeks, will be hoping now that the weather stays fine.
Yes, indeed. The Glamorgan will be looking for only their second win in 2 seasons, having won only once last year. But there's a long way to go, and if middle order here somebody can get 100 and keep on going. But at the moment, it's the ball is wobbling about. I think it's the swing that's doing it, as I mentioned before. And 4 slips. And I bet Andy Gorvin didn't dream that he'd have 4 slips for him in a county match against the table top in Sussex.
Here's Gorvin into Hudson Prentice. Full length ball and driven back to him by Hudson Prentice, and Gorvin shapes to throw down the stumps in case Hudson Prentice had overbalanced coming forward. Good Yorker to start with. Hudson Prentice noticeably coming a step or 2 down the pitch there to maybe try and get to Gorvin, hit him off his length possibly.
He might seem to come coming up.
Gorvin in again, short of a length, knocked into the leg side by Hudson Prentice. So a double wicket maiden to start. Well played, Andy Gorvin, as Adrian Harms will come in alongside Edward Bevan as the crowd acknowledge the efforts of Glamorgan seamer Andy Gorvin. And good afternoon to Adrian.
Well, I'm not saying told you so, but sort of. We were speculating this morning when we got here and we were chatting off air, and I was really interested in Colin Ingram's comments last night when he spoke about the new ball, and he said the ball is sticking in the pitch a little bit.
I think we mentioned it lots of times yesterday.
It's quite humid. For the good news is I found my glasses, which is
that's the best news of the morning for you.
And so, and the way Mir Hamza spoke at the end of the first day as well, he said, "I'm here to take wickets."
Exactly. Here he is again. Then he comes and bowls to Coles, who drives nicely through the covers. He'll get 4. First loose ball we've seen from Hamza. And you look at that score, 36 for 5, and he's been very good bowling. Pujara got an absolute beauty there from Corbyn, first ball. Couldn't do anything about it. Simpson looked in all sorts of trouble in this game,
hasn't he? Yeah.
And Tom Alsop, you've been saying, is not hit his straps again this season.
And Tom Clark's had a difficult start as well. So there's, but credit to Glamorgan, they bowled well here. So just come back to what Colin Ingram said last night. He felt the new ball could be really important here.
Hamza is in, bowls the Coles outside the off stump and taken wide.
From a Sussex point of view, James Coles is a fine young player at 5. You can't expect the same players to score the runs all the time. And
that's true. Somebody's got to look at Pujara.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is an examination, isn't it?
Yeah.
But as I say, it was just those words from Colin Ingram last night that made me think, that lead of 133.
I think that was very important.
Very important, yeah, from 41 for 4. How 4-day cricket twists and turns, Edward.
Absolutely. Hamza in from that far end and bowls again. It goes outside the off stump, a little bit too wide. And
we did say as well this season, it's a conversation that we've had around the grounds about the second division of the county championship. You could make a case. I mean, Sussex may win this game, yeah, who knows? And they draw the game, but there's a case for every side that you look at and think, well, they've all got a chance, So I still think it's going to be a highly competitive second division. Yeah, I really do.
Derbyshire, we've seen them, and they are the side. I don't think that they're going to do much this season because their attack, I don't think, is good enough. But apart from that, yes. Hamza coming in and bowls again to Coles. Coles looks to drive on the offside, but it ends up at deep mid-wicket, got a thick inside edge. And Hamza is in his 7th, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, so he can't bowl all day. But
I would have thought might have a rest because Glamorgan can well afford to give him a rest.
Yes, they can.
With 5 down.
Although with bowlers, he's taken 3 for 16. He's in his 6th over. I reckon he'll fancy a couple more, Edward.
37 for 5 if you're just tuning in. And in comes Hamza, bowled. And this time Coles taking the approach that Colin Ingram did at the beginning of his innings, looking to play shots at anything that is on offer. And I made the point this morning to Nick that as well as defending, not losing wickets, Sussex had to look to score because they had to try and wipe that deficit out. And it wasn't going to be easy if you bowl well. And Glamorgan Siemens have bowled admirably.
Yeah.
And they will probably, when Hamza is rested, bring Harris back at the far end. Here is Hamza coming in, bowls, goes, leaves outside the off stump, goes through to Cook. That is the end of another over, and the score now 38 for 5. The wickets falling at 22, 29, 32, 32, 32.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Wales Sport, BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms, Edward Bevan and Nick Webb, your commentary team. A couple of emails have come in, and this is a shout out for the lads next door to Jack and the guys on the stream. This is from Jane, who's down in Shoreham, who says, hi everyone, I really enjoyed the commentary. The live feed is utterly brilliant. The best I've seen this year. Large amount of replays are much appreciated. Jane goes on to say, Sussex will miss Seals when he leaves. Pity the crowd is so sparse. In comes Gorvin and bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays that one firmly to mid-off. There is no run fielded by Carlson.
I think there was a run there, actually.
Yeah, he had to move a long way to his left. Teddy has been in touch. As a Sussex fan watching Seals is delight to memorable when he goes, and a memorable feel. When he goes back and Ollie Robb is picked for England, then we'll be weakened as a team, and that might affect our results. Great stream, says Teddy and Lewis. You boys are getting all the shout-outs next door.
Well, quite right. I've said it all along, and I'm biased.
In comes Corvin, bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives into the covers fielded by Al Hassan.
I want to give a shout-out to one of the boys in there, Jack, his mum, Sandra, who, as you well know...
Has he got more cakes today?
No, he hasn't for some reason.
Come on.
But we mentioned Sandra today, perhaps she'll get...
Might get
Express, send some up.
Well, the cakes were fabulous yesterday,
thank
Sandra.
You. Yeah, and the day before, and we look forward to more throughout the season.
I didn't get any the day before. That's because you ate them.
No.
3 slips go down. Sussex in trouble. 38 for 5. Gorvin is in bowls to Hudson Prentice. Lets that go outside the off stump. He was Sussex's leading run scorer in the county championship last year. Finn Hudson Prentice scored 879 runs, averaged 48. And James Cold 849 runs at 42. So when you look at the Glamorgan innings, a partnership of 315 for the 5th wicket, and Sussex need to believe that they can do the same.
They have to believe.
Why not?
You've got to be positive in this game.
And Ingram was very positive yesterday. In comes Gorvin bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives, and that's a lovely positive shot by Finn Hudson Prentice through backward point, racing away towards the boundary. And he picks up 4 runs. He goes to 5, and Sussex 42 for 5. And I thought that's what Ingram and Carlson did very well yesterday.
Counter-attack.
Yes, they did counter-attack, and both of these two are attacking players. But
you have to, as I mentioned, because if you get stuck in the hole, well, that's it.
Yeah.
You're not going to score, and the wicket might go.
Morvin runs away from us. In bowls, they're the first runs he's conceded, actually. He's in his second over. Figures of 2 for 4, but the destroyer-in-chief, Mir Hamza, who we rather suspected this morning would have a big say in things. And that's certainly proven to be the case. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We'd love to hear from you throughout the day. And I keep forgetting Nick's email address, which I'm going to find in a moment, because I've written it down. I've had a good day losing things, losing my glasses. I lost my mobile phone yesterday, which I found. Gorvin is in bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Hudson Prentice. Clips the ball away through mid-wicket. It won't go all the way to the boundary, but they're certainly going to pick up 3. And Hudson Prentice goes to 8, and Sussex to 45 for 5.
Which Glamorgan won't mind to see him counter-attacking, because if you do counter-attack, you give a chance. But certainly didn't expect this. And Glamorgan, if they do win this game, and Nick will probably be interviewing the captain at the close of play, and he said, why did you field first? And there's your answer.
yes, definitely. Yeah. Well, at 41 for 4, Sussex looked odds on, and we were talking yesterday. That's what we love about county championship cricketers. I mean, we were saying, Glamorgan might have to follow on here. And Jaden Seals is bowling at the speed of light.
To the river end.
And it was very difficult to see a way back into the game for Glamorgan, but wonderful partnership. And we speculated about Mir Hamza, who is now out of the attack after bowling 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 17. And James Harris, as you predicted, Edward is going to bowl from the River Taff end.
Yeah, I think you've got to try and keep the pressure on. Ul Hassan is an useful all-rounder, more of a batsman than a bowler, one feels, and he just sort of lands it there, not threatening, where Harris is threatening when he bowls well. And here he is now, and he's going to bowl from the river end. He started at this end, and he's going to bowl at Hudson Prentice as he comes in and bowls. And that's a poor shot.
It's a poor shot.
His feet didn't go anywhere, and he tried to slog it through the covers. It didn't get a touch.
I didn't see. I was on my way to retrieve my glasses from the car, so I didn't see the dismissal of Tom Haynes. I know he was caught by Gorvin, but I didn't. Third slip.
Yeah,
Okay.
on the second attempt, but I'm a bit worried about you and Nick. Not worried about Nick, but you glasses,
I know.
telephones.
I know it's not good. It really isn't good.
Settle down. Harris into the right-handed Hudson Prentice. That's a better-looking shot. Hit it straight to cover, and there's no run.
I was saying yesterday I had to get these. I mean, I'm first day struggling to see the scoreboard. That's the new glasses, so I'll be straight back to the opticians this week.
Yeah.
They're no good. Do you wear glasses? You're sitting here without glasses on.
Yeah, I just for reading.
Okay. You don't wear contacts?
No. Harris turns, comes in past the umpire, and bowls. Hudson Prentice plays a lovely shot. He moved across his stumps then to get into line and struck it for through long on for 4, and immediately sends a man back onto the mid-wicket boundary and might take a slip out. No. Yeah, good shot. Hudson Prentice is saying, right, I'm going to counter-attack like the Glamorgan lads did yesterday. And he has already moved to double figures. He's on 12. And 4 of the Sussex batsmen up to now have not got into double figures. Harris is in, comes and a step forward this time, and it's played away onto the offside. I wonder if Chris Cook might think, he's batting out of his crease. I might just come up and make things just a little bit more difficult.
It's interesting with Finn Hudson Prentice, because most of the runs that he made last season, I say he was the leading run scorer, but quite often batting with the lower order, but a real opportunity, perhaps looking for declarations, whatever. But here, you're in a situation he's got a chance to play a really long, big innings. If he can get himself in.
But the kiss of death on him now, Adrian. In comes Harris, bowls again. That's short, pulled, and it's 6 runs. Just cleared mid-wicket. Harris holds his hands in his head, and he posted that, and he pulled that ball down deliberately, one feels, and just cleared mid-wicket. It went for 6, but the intent is here.
Well, absolutely. I think it's the right way to play.
You have to. 55 for 5, and already these. Well, I say these. Hudson Prentice mainly has taken the score from 32 to 55 for 5. And Glamorgan have runs to play for, and they won't mind this attack as Hudson Prentice waits again. He's taking the bulk of the bowling as Harris comes in, bowls again to him, and he pulls it again, and this time he's only going to get a single. And got an expensive over here from Harris, 7 off it already, and that is the end of it. Hudson Prentice with the second over running keeps strike. He has moved on to 19. Coles is on 5, and they're going to have a look at the ball, would you believe?
Wow, yeah, that's so. At one stage this morning, Sussex losing 5 for 10.
Yes, they did indeed.
From 22 without loss to 32 for 5. These two doing their best to repair the damage. Elsewhere, there's one other game taking place in Division 2 of the County Championship at Wantage Road, where Gloucestershire 145 for 2, leading Northants by 383. You'd think there'd be a declaration there sometime soon. In comes Gorvin, bowls up on his toes. As Hudson Prentice plays that stylishly into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, you would have thought that Gloucestershire, with rain all over the country tomorrow, might have thought, well, Yeah, there were 360 in overnight. Like you see all sorts of sides doing this, they've got on and on and on, and nothing happened.
Gorvin with 3 slips runs away from us. Ingham bowls. Forward comes Hudson Prentice. Gorvin fields of his own bowling, no run. Clive Walder has been in touch in Birmingham. Hello, Clive. More compliments about the stream. He says, I agree with what others have said about the quality of the live feed. It's good to see more than one camera angle. What I really like is that we appear to have solved the problem of the video and audio tracks being out of sync. Now, what I think you do have here, kind of, am I right? There's a cameraman downstairs. Yeah, so it's a proper, it's a manually operated camera downstairs.
Yeah.
Gorvin is in and bowls. Hudson Prentice drives handsomely. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played by Hudson Prentice, over-pitched, and he drilled that away through mid-off. The despairing dive of Carlson, who's a very fine fielder, had no chance at all. Lovely shot. He goes to 23, Sussex to 60 for 5. Yeah, I believe at Sussex there are the 2 cameras mounted on the ends, and then Jack, there's another Jack actually who operates the stream at Sussex, and he moves the camera around, but the difference here is there's someone full-time on the camera downstairs.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And it's
superb.
And obviously there's a cost to that, but the quality of the stream is excellent. And as you say, the replays coming up very quickly. It's very, very good. There's a bit of a debate going on in the slip cordon between the experienced pros down there. Ingram,
the vice captain, is having a word with the bowler. So
yeah. Vice captain being Kiran Carlson. In fact, that's one of the reasons. The other reason for the delay is that Chris Cook's going to stand up to the stumps.
Yeah, I thought he might.
But thank you, Clive, for getting in touch. Lovely to hear everybody. Sussex doing their best to try and fight back after a morning where they've lost 5. In fact, we had 6 wickets this morning. We had a run out in the first over of the day.
Second ball.
Yeah, it did seem slightly odd that Glamorgan batted on this one. They did lost a wicket, and then Sussex in a dreadful pickle. But 2 players trying to dig them out of a hole. James Coles and Finn Hudson Prentice, as Gorvin is on his way. Bowls, and Hudson Prentice is driving in, this time through mid-wicket. Runs are coming aplenty here. Clipped away, he's picked up 2, and there's a good bit of fielding out on into the throw comes in. He's going to have a move on here, James Coles, but in the end he's comfortably home and beats the throw from... I have to wait for him to turn around and see who got that throw in. Good bit of fielding, prevented a single.
Was it Crane?
63 for 5. Our Sussex Hudson Prentice already on to 26 in 19 deliveries. It was indeed Mason Crane. Well spotted, Edward. You don't need glasses. Oh, notice you've got the shorts on today.
Well, yes. Yeah. It's such a hot day.
This might be the first time that James Coles has actually faced a
taking guard,
from the Cathedral. Yeah, he's taking guard and surveys the field. You'll see there's 2 slips in a gully. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg as Gorvin bustles in and bowls. And Coles plays slightly across the line. He's going to get a single to mid-on. He was looking to play it through the offside. Nonetheless, he gets his 6th run, and Sussex to 64 for 5. I can see Grant Flower at the gantry at the far end. He's got prime position to watch his Sussex batters. He's looking. Actually, he's not looking at the cricket at the minute. Looks like he's talking to someone.
Or watching somebody fishing in the tap.
Yeah, or rowing, or whatever they might be doing.
I don't think he'll be rowing down here.
Oh, really? Gorvin in bowls. Hudson Prentice hammers that away. A shot that probably deserved more than a single, to be honest, but North East has got a fielder positioned on the cover boundary for exactly that shot. Hudson Prentice will pinch the strike. He's 27. And 65 for 5, trailing here by 68. Oh, yes, there we are. There's Grant. He's on the gantry. He's wandering around. He's starting his exercises.
Plus he wants a bowl.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did that yesterday. Paul Farbrace said to us, "Look, we were very pleased yesterday." But he said, "No, it wasn't him up there." He was quite pleased that we called it was Paul Farbrace, but it wasn't. It was Grant Flower, who's now leaning on the gantry. What a view he's got up there!
Tell you what, and we had a one-day international here ago, some 5 or 6 years ago, and it was a particularly windy day, and I was operating up there. I wasn't at all happy. We weren't on the gantry because they were for cameras, but they'd erected a place to commentate. Some 3 or 4 stations were up there, and we were moving in the wind, Adrian, which wasn't very pleasant.
He's looking at the river now, Grant, but anyway.
Fancy a bit of fishing. Here's a new over to be started by James Harris. Comes in and bowls, and that's too short and is pulled away for 4. Harris bowling loosely here and is getting some punishment. That was a half tracker, and he's hit him for 6 over there. Now he's hit him for 4.
Well,
I would like
shot,
to
wasn't
see
it?
a bit of spin against Hudson Prentice, which Crane, of course, could operate his leg breaks and see if he pitches it to see what approach. It would be interesting, don't you think? A bit of spin.
Well, I think Finn Hudson's just, I mean, you know, he's decided he's going to, I think he's absolutely the right tactics. You know, he's clearly seeing the ball well. He decided he's going to go on the attack, which is exactly what Colin Ingram did yesterday.
Yeah. He waits now as in comes Harris again and bowls. And that goes through him. That was a bit loose, so it...
I thought for a minute he'd been bowled, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think that missed by that much.
It was the shot of somebody who was perhaps a little overconfident.
Yes, no, I would agree.
And,
just see how close this was, Edward. Oh, hasn't missed by much, is it? Crumbs, that hasn't missed by much. I sort of expected when he missed the ball to see
false shot.
To see the stumps cartwheeling out the ground.
Yes, Harris coming in this time to Coles. Bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump.
Yeah.
He's been punished, Harris. He's gone for 34, but he's bowled 2 very good deliveries, which could, both could easily have taken wickets. So it's the old adage, isn't it? Put the ball in the right place and you'll be rewarded.
He was rather caught on the crease there, James Coles.
He's been basically a spectator.
He has.
He's only scored, he got 6 to Hudson Prentice.
He hasn't faced much of the bowling, to be honest.
No, 31 of 22 balls. But here's Coles waiting as Harris comes in again. Gets close to the stumps and bowls. That is wide of the off stump.
Yeah.
Up go the 2 fingers from one umpire to the other, which we were talking about. Why after 4? Nick and I can't fathom.
No, I never know that as well either.
If there's one left,
we've had this discussion already this season around. You know, when you were umpiring, what did you used to have in the pockets? What was your?
I didn't umpire.
Didn't you? Why not? What, in club cricket?
No.
Oh, come on, Edward. There must have been a time when they said,
No,
"Go on, Edward, put the coat on."
No, we had 2 umpires.
Did you?
Yeah, oh yes.
Right. Okay.
Pretty strong league. As Harris comes in and bowls, and this is played away on the onside by Coles, there will be no run.
Standard that I played, Edward, if obviously you'd have 11, well hopefully you had 11, sometimes you didn't even have 11, but you'd have, of that 11, if you were batting, 2 of you would have to umpire, and someone would have to score.
Yeah.
So you were all, if you weren't batting or padded up, you were either umpiring, putting the numbers up on the scoreboard, scoring, or making the drinks or something. Someone always had something to do.
In comes Harris to complete the over. Bowls to Coles. Coles drives elegantly up to mid-off. And there is no run. That does complete the over. Yeah, every Saturday in our league you had a Glamorgan player, so it was quite competitive. But if they weren't playing for the county, they'd be playing in our league. And they wouldn't have been very happy if you saw somebody just wandering on from the home side.
I mean, you sometimes used to get some iffy decisions, but that's kind of the way it was, really. You know, everyone mucked in. John Malone has been in touch. More compliments for the stream. I think we're going to stop reading them, really, because Jack hasn't brought in the cakes today. But anyway, and these are genuine emails. To be honest, we're not making it up. He says, "Hi, Adrian and the team. Just back from the beach with the grandkids in Bexhill-on-Sea.
Nice spot.
Lovely." I think as we talked about Tom Chaplin earlier this week, weren't we, from Keene? And someone got in touch and said that Tom Chaplin came from Bexhill-on-Sea. In comes Gorvin, running in, 2 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice is firmly into the offside, and there is no run. This will be a challenge for Sussex to get something out of this match, but it's all a learning curve for some of the young lads. Stream, excellent, says John. Thank you for your comments on the commentary. So there we are, there's another one. But opportunity knocks, doesn't it? You know, Sussex are backs to the wall here, but...
a chance for somebody to make a name.
Totally. You know, it's can't always rely on, Chetish Pujara to score all the runs. In comes Gorvin bowls, and Hudson Prentice comfortably punches that into the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 32. Sussex at 71 for 5. Trailing now by 62. If you just joined us thinking, crumbs, what on earth's going on? Well, Sussex at one stage lost 5 for 10 this morning. 22 without loss. But Clark for 8, Haynes for 14, Alsop for 5, Pujara for 3. And Simpson the skipper for a duck. Sussex slipping from 22 without loss to 32 for 5.
They lost 3 wickets on 32.
Well, there you go. And these two have now added 39. It's a funny old game, isn't it? As Gorvin runs away from us. He's in and bowls. Coles lets that go. The ball rather dies and taken by Chris Cook, and there is no run.
Glamorgan was, well, if they're absolutely greedy, they might say, we could do with the 6th. But had you said to them when they came out to start the second innings, you know, would you fancy going into lunch with 5 down and still in arrears? It'd have jumped to that.
Do you think a burst for Hamza before lunch, or do you think a burst after lunch?
I'd like to see the leg spinner coming on.
Okay.
I don't think Hamza will have another little burst because they've got so many runs to play with.
Gorvin in bowls and Coles gets right forward. Chris Cook is standing back for...
Yeah, he's in his crease all the
James
time, but Hudson Prentice is outside the crease, so
elegant player.
we'll stop all that, says Chris Cook.
Yeah. Actually, someone from Sussex could probably let me know, actually, because when James Coles made his debut for Sussex, we were saying he's the youngest ever player for Sussex. But then I was told he was the second youngest. I keep saying that, so I need one of our listeners or someone at the club to tell me who was the youngest and by how many days. In comes Gorvin bowls, and Coles, I think, changes his shot. I think he was thinking of letting that go, but the ball rather seemed to hit the bat than the bat hit the ball, and it ends up in second slip, and there is no run. Rehearses what he was going to do, which was leave the ball. There's not much breeze in Cardiff today. There's some
Nothing,
high level.
Did
you look at the Northern Lights last night, Edward? Could you see him in Swansea? Or didn't you look?
I wasn't around for the Northern Lights at that time.
Were you in bed?
What time was it?
Well, any time after about 10:30 when it got dark.
Well, I was walking home from the...
Oh, in comes Gorvin bowls. Coles pulls 4 runs. Good shot, too short, and he pulls that away. He goes into double figures to 10 and Sussex to 75 for 5 at the end of the over. I'm going to have to go and do an update, but tell me where you were walking home from at that time of night.
From the rugby club, where we had a very entertaining evening by the former Glamorgan, former Welsh hooker, Kiran Jenkins.
Right.
I caught, as we were late finishing here, I caught half an hour of the end of his speech, and he was very, very entertaining, and had a good chat for an hour with him afterwards.
So if you were walking home from the rugby club at 11 o'clock, the chances you wouldn't have seen the Northern Lights anyway, even if they were bright, Edward.
I had 2 pints of beer.
Yeah, oh, come on.
I had
At
2 pints
the
of
annual rugby club dinner. Yeah. Right, I've got to go and do an update. I'll be back.
As James Harris starts a new over from the River Taff end, bowling to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who drives nicely up to mid-off, where Carlson, for some reason, doesn't feel cleanly for once, but no run is taken. I'm glad to hear that Garen's still in good form.
Mentioned you,
quite a bit of commentary with him.
Yes, he's a lovely man. Some great tales too of the old days when you didn't have these third referees or people watching what you do.
Yes, he famously got gouged by an Argentinian forward in the World Cup in '99. As Harris is in to bowl, and Hudson-Prentice drives, and he'll take a quick single there. It came off inside edge and pad and just dribbled out on the offside, and he was quick to seize the opportunity before Billy Root could dash in from the cover position. 76 for 5, 57 runs behind, and if Hudson-Prentice carries on going at this rate, then they'll knock them off very quickly.
What Garen did tell me, his son teaches in a private school out in Portugal.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll just finish it after this ball.
Harris is in and bowls short, pulled away, 6 runs over. Backward square, and Coles getting underneath it. It's not the longest of boundaries, and he's put it into the pavilion seats. And no doubt that Harris is trying to get these short pitch deliveries and bowl for catches on the leg side with the man at deep square. But Coles played the shot beautifully. He moves on to 16, and it's 82 for 5, just 51 runs in arrears. Glamorgan's over 8 is -1, so that's something they'll have to factor in to their attack as well, to try and get spin of Mason Crane into action. And that is the 50 partnership between these two in no time at all. They came together in just the 10th over, and we're only in the 17th. Harris bowls, short delivery that Coles allows to hit him. Chris Cook goes into a short fine leg position to do the fielding, and Coles just taking the, it sounds silly, but the safe route of letting it hit him there, not to get into trouble playing a short ball that he wasn't in position for. Coles 16, Hudson Prentice 33, the stand 50, the deficit 51. Harris in to bowl, driven, beautiful cover drive by James Coles, the ball rocketing away to the deep cover ropes for 4 runs. 11 runs in the over. Coles on the counter-attack now. He's got 20 off 20 balls. It is 86 for 5. It's an all-action morning here at Sapphire Gardens, and as in the past couple of days of the match, it's been very much all one side for a few overs or a couple of hours, and then the other one strikes back, and Sussex really
that
on
sort
the
of
counter.
game.
Yeah.
Harris has been punished here. He's gone for 45 as we approach the end of his 7th over and hasn't taken a wicket.
And he comes to bowl to James Coles, who drives again into the covers, but this time it's well intercepted by Billy Root, and there is no run. I guess those short ball sixes are just an occupational risk, isn't it, when you're trying to dig them in and get someone caught on the boundary or at deep square or fine leg. 86 for 5 then, and the deficit's now down below 50. It's just 47. So an action-packed morning.
Yes, did a good advert for Championship cricket, certainly. Gorvin, who had a wonderful start to his spell, 2 wickets in his first over, is going to bowl with the keeper standing up to Hudson Prentice. Bowls the first ball, and Hudson Prentice drives up to mid-off, where Carlson threatens to throw down, but they're not attempting a run.
Stephen Hedges says Glamorgan on fire. June the tea lady, what a wonderful player Colin Ingram has been for Glamorgan, outstanding. Well, hopefully there'll be a bit more of him.
Yes, he's flourishing. Leading scorer in county cricket. In comes Gorvin over the wicket and bowls, and this is driven up towards deep extra cover where there's protection there. Ul Hassan gathers and returns across for a single.
Morning to Steve West. He and Mel are very excited by the morning's play. Swans 1990, hope the forecast thunderstorms stay away. Quick mention for Pennebont, please, who won 5-0 away in Newtown. An amazing away day for the Bont.
Bridgend. He's still playing football.
They are indeed.
Gorvin comes in this time, bowls to Coles, and Coles is forward. Pitch, no demons there at the moment, and Glamorgan, as I said, Nick, if we'd said this at the start, we'll hope to take 6 by lunch. It'd be very greedy.
Yes.
5 would be very happy, but perhaps they didn't want what has happened so far, in as much as Hudson Prentice has come out. Had they bowled tightly, then it would have been a different tale. But they're, of course, short of a top bowling attack, as in comes Gorvin bowls. This is played up towards mid-on. Adrian will take over at the end of this over. 87 for 5. Just to remind you that the batsman out. Clark, LBW, Hamza for 8. Haynes was caught Gorvin ball, Hamza for 14. Also LBW, Hamza for 5. Pajara was out to Gorvin's first ball. Edging one to Cook, he went for 3. Simpson put up, bagged them. LBW to Gorvin without scoring. Bagged them, I mean, out for naught in both innings. As Gorvin bowls, and that's a nice looking shot, but straight to cover, and there's no run.
Perfect morning for Glamorgan, says Nathan on Twitter. And a couple of emails have come in. A good afternoon to Kevin Higgins, who is watching from Istanbul.
Marvellous.
enjoying brilliant bowling performance. Won't mention the weather. Ha ha, I presume it is still pretty hot out there.
In comes Gorvin, bowls. This clipped off his legs out towards deep mid-wicket. Coles will retain strike. And at the end of that over, the visiting team Sussex trail by 45, but they've lost half their wickets. They are 88 for those 5 wickets. Nick could be joined now by Adrian.
Thank you, Edward. Don't eat all the chips before we get there. Sunny in Kent reports Duncan Evans. Good afternoon to you. NickWeb2017 at gmail.com, or the same on Twitter, NickWeb2017, as I'm joined by at BBC Sussex Sport, or Sport Sussex. I never remember quite which way it is.
We're BBC Radio Sussex, I think, is the current preferred way. Edward having 2 pints at the rugby club dinner.
Good heavens!
I'm not saying that he's. That might be a little white lie. I think he didn't see the aurora as he was. He wouldn't have seen anything, perhaps. James Harris. Oh, sorry, is it me or you, Nick?
Crack on.
In comes Harris, running in, bowls to Coles is up on his toes and plays that firmly into the covers. And there is no run. He looks at the bottom of his bat as James Coles. He's 21 not out. Sussex 88 for 5, still trailing by 45. The weather at the moment, there's a little more cloud around than there was yesterday, but it's pretty high level. But it is sticky here in Cardiff. The sun at the moment is behind some of that high cloud. In fact, just as I say that, it breaks through the cloud again. And Harris is in over the wicket, bowls, and Coles places off the hip down to deep backward square, picks up another single. He goes to 23, I think that's going to go. It's not 22, sorry, 89 for 5. Arias down to 44.
Edward was querying whether the football is still going out. The Cymru Premier playoffs for places in Europe. Penabont, as we mentioned, winning yesterday, which takes them into the playoff final against Carnarvon away in North Wales next Saturday. The winners qualify for next season's Europa Conference League, which I think is the 3rd tier of European football.
It is. Harris in bowls, played by Hudson Prentice to mid-on, and there is no run. I imagine that sort of qualifying rounds, the first qualifying round probably in sort of June or something like that.
It is problematic for the Welsh sides in that they don't have too many full-time pros in a lot of cases, and they're starting their season very early on. But bit of non-league football of interest in Sussex as well last night.
Well, yeah, I mean, with Crawley, who are into the playoffs for League 2, so they're a league side, Crawley, and they're off to Wembley next weekend. In comes Harris, bowls, Hudson Prentice drives to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, they won the playoff semi-final, I think, on aggregate 7-1.
Apologies, not
that's right,
at all.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, they weren't on league for many years and then got themselves up into the Football League, and last season were very nearly relegated. And they got a new manager who came in, I believe, from Swindon, and they've had a terrific run towards the end of the season, and who knows? So also Crawley fan, people in Sussex, I'm sure we're getting tickets and heading up to Wembley next week. In comes Harris. Bowls, and Hudson Prentice is going to get a boundary down to 3rd man. I thought for a moment they'd misjudged that, Finn Hudson. I mean, it came off the edge. It wasn't quite where he intended to go, but he's picked up another boundary. He goes to 38, Sussex to 93 for 5, as I can see Mason Crane warming up. So Edward may well get his wish and see a little bit of spin.
Well, Glamorgan have got to do that anyway to get their over 8 back up, but bit of variety won't hurt the attack. Championship playoff semi-finals today. Norwich and Leeds 0-0 late in the first half.
Yeah, that all then goes towards the final game, doesn't it, which they call it the multi-million-pound game or whatever it is. In comes Harris over the wicket, bowls, and defended by Hudson Prentice to mid-on. There is no run. He's a Liverpool fan, is Finn Hudson Prentice, but he won't be thinking too much about that. His job here is to try and get Sussex out the mire, and so far he and James Coles are doing a pretty good job. They've added 61 for this wicket. Coles on 22, Hudson Prentice on 38, and it's been a good counter-attack by these two, Nick.
It has. They've been very positive with their coming
There's a
in
change of bowling
on the
at
back of a collapse.
Cathedral Road end. Coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Mason Crane.
So Glamorgan, just as we said, they'd have accepted certainly 5 wickets in the morning session 100% of the time, but now that these two are on the counter-attack, Crane will look to possibly find a chink in the armour as Hudson Prentice and Coles are going after it. Harris's speeds in that last over, by the way, mostly high 70s, one ball at 81 miles an hour. A little bit of breeze around, as you can tell from the noise on our fax microphone, as Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end bowls. Bit of slow turn. Coles just knocks it away comfortably down towards deep fine leg or deep backward square, depending on how you want to identify that position. Very close between the two, really. Mir Hamza, Crane to Hudson Prentice. He's got a slip. Two men very close on the drive, and Carlson, one of those, is in action as he has to trot to his right and do the fielding, and the single is taken again. They're not quite crouching on the drive, but they are in, you would say, more catching than orthodox single saving positions. Crane into bowl. Again, just turning the bat on it, James Coles, and playing it down to fine leg with no real risk at all. So a chance for Sussex to relieve the pressure, maybe get into the lead sometime fairly soon after lunch, if not before. 37 the deficit at the moment as Coles, Hudson Prentice angles that one away, but it's well fielded at point.
Yes, very good.
By Eddie Byram, and he prevents a single.
Yes, I thought for one awful minute there was going to be some hesitancy and a possible run out, because I think James Coles thought there was a single there.
Tall figure of Finn Hudson Prentice comes down the wicket, drives straight to cover. Northeast fires it back to Cook, who throws it back to him. A little 1-2 of passes, and back it goes to Crane. Glamorgan can't afford to waste time if they've got to get the over 8 back up. Clock striking 1:45, and Hudson Prentice is forward defending. This morning session has flown by, hasn't it?
Yeah. I haven't heard that clock during the game. Is that from the...
It's City Hall.
Right.
It's about a mile away, probably.
Okay. Martin's been in touch. You may know... I ought to know the answer to this, Martin. I'm sorry, don't. Martin is over in Zurich, and he thanks us very much for the commentary. Thank you, Martin. He says, I'm writing to appeal to you or to other listeners for help. Until this season, I could choose between watching the coverage via the Sussex Cricket website, brackets, and YouTube, or just listening to the commentary via the BBC Sport website. This season, the latter option hasn't been available, i.e. the BBC Sport website. The live reporting page for county commentaries mentions a watch and listen tab, but there isn't one, presumably because I'm abroad. Sometimes, for example, when out and about, I like to be able to listen only.
Yeah, there was a temporary problem because of a switch over in BBC computer systems, which is far above my pay grade, but they were in that I think the first week the commentaries were restricted to UK only, but that should have been fixed now. We do have the worldwide rights for audio commentary, and I'm rather disappointed to hear that is still the case. Perhaps if anyone else is just listening abroad.
Change of bowling, and forward comes Coles, punches that to mid-off, no run off the bowling of Zain Al Hassan.
So if anyone is just listening abroad via the BBC Sport website, perhaps they could let us know, because I thought that problem had been fixed. It was just a temporary one with a changeover of computer systems.
Yeah, we did have an email in the last game, actually, from a listener over in San Francisco. In comes Al Hassan, let go outside the off stump by Coles, and there is no run. Who had a similar query, and I did get a reply from... Oh, I hope I've kept it. Here we are. This was from one of the guys who's in our online team. He says, as per my mail last week, it's currently a technical issue because we have had to move over to a new system. In comes Al Hassan, bowls, Coles defends into the offside now, and he says currently all the radio streams across the whole portfolio can either be international or UK only, but not a mix of the two. This means because of other radio rights we have, they're all having to be geo-blocked while it's fixed.
Oh, that's a pain in the
I don't have a timescale when that will be, but that email was on the 22nd of April.
Yeah.
So that's...
Yes, I thought it would have been fixed by now.
Yeah, so that's the reason why, Martin, and it's clearly frustrating, so we'll perhaps chase that up as to when that's likely to happen. Al Hassan is in bowls, let go outside the off stump by Coles, and there is no run. But thank you for your email over in Zurich. Adam has been in touch. Adam Buss. Hello, Adam. Wonder if you're related in any way to the Busses who served Sussex all those years ago. I'll try and read your email in between balls. The sun has reappeared again as Al Hassan is in from the taff end. Bowls. That was a little close to James Coles. He tried to cut that away and didn't time the ball into the covers. No run. He just says, I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on the bowling options when Robinson is no longer available. Seems like we might need more penetration from an opening partner for Jayden Seales, and indeed maybe a bit more from Carvela Slam, Hudson Prentice. Any news on Jofra playing for Sussex and County Championship games? If not, will Crocombe, Hunt, Curry get a chance? And are any of them likely to be more pacey than Arry? Balance is always tricky. I know Arry has always done well when asked and provides useful lower order runs, but I worry he may not be the opening bowling option we need in tight games. In comes Al Hassan bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there is no run. End of the over. James Coles wanders away to square leg, 96 for 5, 11 minutes to go until lunch. Sussex trailing by 37. Well, I guess the first thing to say is there's no guarantees that Ollie Robinson will going away to play Test cricket. Clearly, we all hope that he does, but we've heard Rob Key speak extensively about the fact they're looking for pace, and so there will be bowlers around, Josh Tongue, Gus Atkinson, Matty Potts. There's a lot of competition for bowling options for Sussex at the moment, so clearly we all hope Ollie will be selected. But it's not a shoo-in by any manner of means. In terms of replacements, when Jayden goes, and won't he be a miss, Nathan McAndrew's coming in, who's took 33 wickets last year, I believe, in the Championship. Let me check my stats. When he goes back to Australia, Jade Evanukat is coming in, who played in the last 4 games of last season. Just break off from that.
As Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end bowls to Hudson Prentice, who milks a single out towards deep square leg. 97 for 5. That deficit is disappearing rapidly. It's down to 36.
Nathan McAndrew took 31 Championship wickets last year and an average of 24. So I imagine he will be he will open the bowling. I know what you're saying. If we lose Robinson and Seales,
as Crane floats one up, and it's driven off a thickish edge, but on the bounce to gully by Coles. Didn't really get to the pitch of it there.
But I have to say, what I like about Eric Carvelas is he makes batters play. He builds this very good line, and as you say, he's not in the side to score runs, but as he showed here, he can clearly do that.
Crane is in again, bowls to Coles, who plays that gently on the leg side, no run.
And the options, of course, as you've rightly identified, Sean Hunt and Henry Crocombe, who have been playing or will be playing. I think there's a second 11 game coming up, actually. As regards Jofra Archer, I don't think there's any chance he's going to be playing any Championship cricket anytime soon. Famous last words.
Crane bowls, and there's a bit of turn there.
Was
Coles had to watch it carefully onto the bat.
It would be lovely if he did. But with the T20 World Cup, I can't believe there's any chance that England will be letting Jofra Archer play any red ball cricket.
Rob Key has indicated that, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, if he gets through the T20 World Cup, I mean, maybe he might play some blast games. Who knows? I just have to see how it goes. We all hope it goes well. Crane
bowls. Forward comes Coles. Crane finding a decent length in the last few deliveries.
As we said yesterday, the Seales, Archer, Robinson attack would be a dream attack for Sussex, but I suspect that's not going to happen.
I think it might have to remain in Sussex supporters' dreams. as Coles defends. 97 for 5 at the end of the crane over. Andy Brown, the artist who was downstairs yesterday, andybrownstadiums.com, has got his work on sale already, so he's an enterprising chap. Possibly make a nice Christmas present for the Glamorgan supporter in your family. But managed to get a good day here with that big stand for the home side, with record-breaking stand indeed, which I must scribble into my playfair.
Oh, look at Edward, he's tucking in next door. Looks like he's got some mashed potato there.
Right.
What's it? And he looks like maybe a meatball or something. I don't know, maybe some beef, I don't know. Anyway, he's tucked in, hasn't he?
We'll find out in about 10 minutes' time when our duties are concluded temporarily.
Adam goes on to say, Zain Al Hassan is in again. The sun has disappeared. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays the ball back down the track. There is no run. And another shout out for the commentary. Many have said the stream production values are the highest I've seen for a long while. Congrats to Glamorgan. In all seriousness, let's hope there's someone from the club who's listening and recognises that just the quality of the stream, because it has been really, really good.
Steady on, they'll want a pay rise.
Yeah, well, he's not getting one because he didn't bring any cakes. But no, it's been excellent. So thank you very much for your email, Adam. Al Hassan is in and bowls and driven firmly through the covers by Hudson Prentice. He picks up his 41st run. Sussex to 98 for 5, trailing by 35. And thank you very much for your explanation, Nick, of that. It's from Martin, who says, thank you very much. I'm glad to know that problems have been noted and will be solved sooner or later. What I might do, Martin, with your permission, is to forward that email on to my colleague who's based up in Birmingham and see whether we can get an update. So could you just drop me a line and just confirm you're happy to pass on your details, and that will remind me to get an update. Al Hassan is in over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. Now, I wonder if they're sort of dancing in the streets at Switzerland winning the Eurovision Song Contest in Zurich. You have to let us know, Martin.
So just to explain these rights issues, some sports you get rights for the whole world and some just for the UK. I know the non-league football, when Wrexham were doing well, we had in the conference we had commentary rights online.
In bowls and flicked away with contempt really by James Coles. That's a wonderful shot. It was just flicked away off the front leg. It sailed over mid-wicket for 6 runs. What a super shot. He goes to 30 and Sussex to 104 for 5.
This is quite the counter, isn't it?
Yeah.
We talked about Colin Ingram getting going fairly rapidly yesterday, but this pair really have launched themselves at it from the depths of 32 for 5, the stand already worth 72, and both I think we'll be scoring at better than a runner ball.
Yeah, it's been entertaining
Hudson
stuff.
Prentice certainly is. Coles is getting that way.
Al Hassan is in again from the River Tafin. Bowls to Coles, who struck on the thigh pad. He was looking to play that one down towards fine leg. There is no run. Sorry, Nick, you were talking about the rights.
Yeah, I mean, some of the non-league football rights, our Wrexham commentaries were going just in the UK when they were in the tier below the Football League. But sadly, that's no longer a BBC thing with the Football League itself. Once you go up, they hold on to their rights very jealously, the clubs.
Al Hassan in bowls. Coles drives without timing to mid-off. And there is no run. Rupert Robert's been in touch. He says, I'm in France. No BBC radio coverage so far this season. Unfortunately, there is a YouTube video. The audio only, however, is more descriptive and less wasteful, as I'm not watching the video, says Robert. Robert, thank you for getting in touch. And as I say, Martin, if you could drop me a line and we'll pass it on to the powers that be.
Coming on to bowl is Kiran Carlson.
That's interesting. They didn't give much of a bowl there to Mason Crane, did they?
Yeah, 2 overs. Last over was pretty tight, I
Yeah,
thought.
Yeah.
Kiran Carlson, maybe just to change things up before lunch, offering a different angle of attack from the off spinner, who bowled quite a lot in the first few games, but his 3 wickets have been quite expensive. Can he get a breakthrough here? And he comes. Bowls. Reverse sweep comes out. First ball from Hudson Prentice, and he nails it down towards wide third man. They'll come back for a second run. The bails are taken off by Chris Cook, but Hudson Prentice had safely made his ground. So Finn Hudson Prentice is certainly entertaining us this morning. 48 in the first innings. Came into the match with a batting average of 27, but that will have improved now. And certainly looking to hit his way out of trouble. Carlson bowls sweep shots. He's nailed that as well. This one could well be 4 runs. It will. Billy Root has given up the chase round the leg side boundary. And 6 off the first 2 balls from the off spinner. And Hudson Prentice is enjoying himself out there. He's moved on to 47 and has been on the offensive from as soon as he got on.
He has. When that 5th wicket went down, that was in the 10th over.
10th over, yeah. 4 and 5 went in the same over. There's a short leg and a slip for Carlson, and Hudson Prentice for once on the defensive turns gently to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 110 for 5. Sussex just 23 runs behind now. Carlson bowls, and appeal for LBW not given, as Hudson Prentice went on the sweep again. Bit of excitement. The replay on our screens shows that probably hit outside off stump, even though it would have hit the wickets. It cannot be out since a shot was being played. Carlson to Hudson Prentice, back on his stumps, fending. Cook picks it up, no run.
I got this right, Nick. So these two have added 78 in 14 overs.
Yep.
Yes. It's a fair old lick.
Carlson to finish his over, driven by Hudson Prentice up to long on. And will Glamorgan manage to fit in another over as Sussex move through for a single? Nelson is on the board. It's 111 for 5. Cole's 30. Hudson Prentice is 48 not out. And they will manage to fit in another single. There will be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in a couple of moments' time. Crane has just switched ends.
Shall I leave you to it, Nick, if they're going to...
Yes.
Oh, they're going off.
Probably better too. There we are. Umpire's hungry. Well, Glamorgan, I thought it got in place before 1300 there, but umpires Watts and Shanmugam decided otherwise. So a fascinating morning. Glamorgan all out at 411 without addition to their overnight score. Sussex then collapsed from 22 for no wicket to 32 for 5. 3 wickets for Hamza, 2 to Andy Gorvin in his first over. But Hudson Prentice and Coles have got the balance swinging back towards Sussex. It's certainly not in their favour as yet because they're 22 runs behind still, and they do need a big partnership to get any sort of equilibrium. 111 for 5 then. Commentary resumes at 1:40. Thanks.
A reminder that during the lunch interval you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch. Once again we ask you though not to take any food or drink with you if you are venturing into the middle. I've got some lunch scores from the other games taking place elsewhere at the Utilita Bowl. Durham at 225 for 5, still trailing Hampshire by 278 runs. At Northampton, Gloucestershire in their second innings are 202 for 3, leading Northamptonshire by 440 runs. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire at 394 for 7 at lunch, leading Lancashire by 63 runs. At the Oval, Warwickshire are 7 without loss in their second innings, still trailing Surrey by 114 runs. And at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, Kent, a 179 for 4, still 439 runs in arrears against Worcestershire. A reminder that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. You can also purchase snacks from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, and a reminder the Lewis Lounge on the top floor of the National Cricket Centre is now a viewing area for members only without any bar facilities. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. That's where you
Sussex 111 for 5 in their second innings. That's still 22 behind Glamorgan. A fascinating struggle as Glamorgan took 5 wickets for 10 runs in the space of 6 overs before a Sussex counter-attack from Hudson Prentice and Coles. Mir Hamza, the Pakistan paceman, got 3 of them. Andy Gorvin claimed 2 in a double wicket maiden, including Pujara for just 3. But Sussex on the fight back. They're 111 for 5 when we restart at 1:40.
First floor of the National Cricket Centre. There's a fantastic new display celebrating the magnificent career of the late Don Shepherd, the legendary off-cutter who took 2,218 wickets during his career from 1950 until 1972. We're very grateful to Don's family for making these items available. You can also watch a special film which shows some of the highlights of Don's career for Glamorgan. The museum also has a range of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn. resume the second innings for Sussex, James Coles and Finn Hudson-Prentice. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the River End, Mia Hamza.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens from the BBC Sport team here, with Sussex 111 for 5 in their second innings. That's still 22 runs in arrears, so they're not yet out of trouble by any means. But Finn Hudson-Prentice and James Coles, Hudson-Prentice in particular, have launched a storming counter-attack. Hudson-Prentice is 48 not out off 45 balls, but we're to see the second spell of the day from Mir Hamza as he's in to bowl and beats the edge of the bat through to keeper Chris Cook. So Hudson-Prentice was top scorer in the first innings with 48, and he's 48 not out in the second innings now. So he's had a good match with the bat, even if fruitless with the ball. So there may be a bit of bad weather around later. There's a possibility of a thunderstorm somewhere around 4-5 o'clock. As Hamza is in, bowls and comes down the wicket, and he's beaten mid-off there. Hudson-Prentice, Kiran Carlson dived but couldn't quite get to it, and Carlson is just beaten to the ropes by the ball up at the River Taff end, and that is an excellent half-century from Finn Hudson-Prentice. 52 to his name. Give you the stats as soon as possible. But last year's top scorer for Sussex, really doing the business. Wide-ish delivery from Mir Hamza. Didn't quite seem to reach it, but got plenty of it in the end, as Hudson-Prentice off the back foot forces that one into the covers. So he's faced just 47 deliveries for the half-century. And in terms of boundaries, he has got now 7 fours and 1 6. So a fearless approach from the big all-rounder as Hamza's into bowl and clipped on the leg side by Hudson-Prentice, but straight to mid-wicket. If you're just joining us for the first time today, well, it was again a match of swinging momentum. Glamorgan all out without addition to their overnight 411. Sussex then got to 22 without loss, but a remarkable collapse saw them lose 5 wickets for just 10 runs, 3 of them to Mir Hamza and then 2 to Andy Gorvin, who got Pujara for just 3. It was 32 for 5 in the 10th. Hamza bowls. Hudson-Prentice plays this one nicely through mid-wicket. There'll be a chase for Billy Root. Should be a comfortable couple of runs. And indeed, they are back for the second run. 117 for 5. Hudson-Prentice is 54 not out, and the deficit is a mere 16. So it may be that Sussex only have to get through maybe another 3 hours or so to save this match, with the forecast tomorrow distinctly poor. Whether there's time to put themselves in a position to win it, I'm not quite sure. But we have seen dramatic swings in this match, a big partnership for Glamorgan in the middle and nothing much at either end of the innings. As Hamza bowls, and for a moment I thought Hudson-Prentice had got an edge on that as he jabbed at it outside off stump. Ball beat the bat, and went through to Chris Cook. In fact, it didn't carry, and it's interesting to see that the bounce is now quite low in general. 117 for 5 then.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
The over rate is level thanks to a couple of overs of spin for Glamorgan before lunch, and Glamorgan going back to the opening bowlers to have a crack before the ball gets too old in this second innings. Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex alongside myself, Nick Webb.
Yeah, hi Nick. I guess this ball, you're right, the morning went by in a flash, but this ball is only 25 overs old. Glamorgan will certainly feel that the seamers have still got a say in this before it starts to go soft. In comes Harris over the wicket, bowls, and forward defensively is James Coles, plays to mid-off, where Kiran Carlson ambles in, to field, and there is no run. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg and a fine leg. Certainly at the minute the cloud is still very high, and there's no sign at the moment of some of the thunderstorms that are forecast, certainly in the west of England today. I think over in the east, sort of Sussex, it's probably okay for today. In comes Harris, in bowls, let go by Coles outside the off stump, taken by Cook, and there is no run.
Yeah, we may get through this evening. BBC forecast suggesting no more than 46% chance of rain at any given moment, but that of course...
what does it say tomorrow, Nick?
Tomorrow, right, BBC has got heavy rain likely from 11 o'clock onwards.
Right, that's not helpful, is it? In comes Harris, bowls, up on his toes is Coles, pays it to the covers, no run.
Met Office, rather more optimistic. 50% chance of rain around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Not looking great for tomorrow. Light rain, they reckon, probably from somewhere between 10 and 12 onwards.
Right.
So there may not be any chance to wrap this match up tomorrow if it's not finished tonight.
Yeah. Harris runs away from us in bowls, and Coles is solidly forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
But as every cricket lover knows, forecasts can change fairly rapidly.
Yeah.
And if it's a question of thunderstorms, well, it could be hit and miss. Glamorgan will be hoping that they miss the middle of Cardiff.
Harris wheels around down in front of us. He's in his 9th over, figures of 0 for 50. This is in from the Cathedral Road end bowls to Coles, that trademark shop of Jade Coles. It's a little flick off the front pad down to deep backward square. He picks up a single, he goes to 31, 118 for 5. The arrears down to 15.
Batting to come, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson.
Yeah, we'll have to find out about Jack Carlson. He's he obviously wasn't on the field yesterday. I guess a lot might depend on the state of the game, Nick. Harris is in, sorry. Hudson Prentice drives to mid-on, fielded there by Zain El Hassan. There is no run. End of the over, 118 for 5. Coles 31, Hudson Prentice 54. Live cricket on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Nick Webb and Ed Bevan, your commentary team.
You would have thought that maybe since Carvallis looks decent with the bat in the first innings, they might put him in ahead of Carson if Carson's at all struggling.
Sussex has got a heavy schedule now the next couple of weeks. They're back home from here, then they've got Yorkshire at home next week, then Middlesex the week after, so they'll be very keen for Jack Carlson. Obviously want their premier off-spinner to bowl in as many games as possible, but I always think, back and bowler, let's just hope it's nothing more than a strain that's going to be sorted out.
It is worrying. Hamza is in, and playing it gently on the leg side is Coles, getting back and across.
But you're right, we know Carvallis maybe would come in at 9 and Jack a little further down. If they're battling to save the game, I'm sure he'll want to bat.
Yeah, they might be able to get themselves out of this situation. It's a very important next couple of hours in this game.
Yeah.
on BBC Sport Online. Sunshine certainly a good deal hazier this afternoon as Hamza steams in and bowls and Coles pushes forward tentatively. He may have played inside the line deliberately.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really important half hour. The ball is relatively new, 27th over. Hamza has been the main threat.
Must be concerning even for Hamza, though, that the ball isn't actually carrying regularly through to Chris Cook.
No, it's a very good point.
So you wonder whether keeper and slips might shuffle forward a metre or so. Hamza left arm over, bowls, flourishing drive from James Coles. A good shot, but for no runs because he's hit it straight to cover. And Byram doing the fielding. Ingram and North East are the slips. Byram at cover. I presume that's Crane at Gully. Carlson's up at mid-off. From the river end, Mir Hamza bowls. No shot played there by James Coles, the slightly less aggressive of the two partners, although he has hit a couple of sixes to keep his personal strike rate up. 118 for 5, Sussex just 15 runs behind. But seemed in deep trouble at one point. As we've seen both sides look in deep trouble.
No, we have, totally.
Sussex collapsing in the middle in their first innings and then rescuing themselves to 278. Hamza bowls, grunt of effort, Coles defends to mid-on. Glamorgan were 41 for 4, then saw that record-breaking triple century partnership between Carlson and Ingram before falling away rather at the tail end. Their last 6 wickets went for 55. And then Sussex losing 5 wickets for 10.
Yeah, that was a collapse and a half, wasn't it? He's going round the wicket now, Hamza.
Just trying a different angle for the final ball of the over to James Coles. And he drives that one back past the bowler. Slightly across the line, but he'll get up a couple of runs for it as it's picked up at long off by Carlson, racing back. Coles moves to 33 and Sussex 120 for 5, now trailing by just 13 runs.
I just went, oof, because I thought for a moment that Hamza had got through Coles' defences. We were talking about the Northern Lights, and I must admit I was in the hotel last night. My window sort of looks north, and I thought this would be good to see. And I couldn't see anything, so I wandered out into the car park about midnight, or just before midnight actually, just to see if I could see anything. And couldn't see anything at all. Apparently, there wasn't much of a display last night. You had to be up in the Highlands, apparently, to see anything. But the talk is that they may return today, but I think it's meant to be a lot cloudier. So maybe it's not going to happen for a lot of people tonight. In comes Harris. Runs in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives down the ground. A lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Over-pitching James Harris, and Finn Hudson Prentice has been particularly severe on anything that's pitched up or short. And he drilled that down the ground for another boundary. He goes to 58, Sussex to 124 for 5. Arrears now are 9. Two slips in place. Who's that furiously clapping their hands? Is that Sam North East? I think it is at second slip.
Yes, it would be for second slip North East at the moment.
On that offside, there's a back point cover and mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men set back on the leg side as Harris is in. Bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives firmly only as far as Billy Root, who fields in there at cover, and there is no run. So these two are closing in on a 100 partnership. Partnership's over a 92 between this pair. And it's come in very quick time.
We're discussing the BBC audio stream abroad. Houghton confirms that they were listening to North East and Ingram bat last week while cycling through Flanders.
Well, that's interesting.
So we're obviously reaching Belgium.
Harris over the wicket bowls. Hudson Prentice defends carefully onto the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, these runs have come. It was in the 10th over when the fifth wicket went down. So these runs have come in just 17 and a bit overs. So it's been these two have been rattling along at just over 5 and over since they came together. But still much work for Sussex to be done as Harris runs away from us, bowls and drills him down the ground again. It's going to be another 4. No, so it's a very good stop at mid-on by Zain Hassan, who's managed to sort of parry the ball away and took the pace off the ball. And Kiran Carlson able to retrieve the ball from down by the boundary, but not until Hudson Prentice had nipped through for another couple of runs. He goes to 60, and Sussex to 126 for 5. The deficit is now 7. Shame there's not more people here today, because it's it's a terrific day's cricket. And it's been a good game. It's been a game that's ebbed and flowed, and well, on a nice day, in comes Harris, bowls. Hudson Prentice is forward, and he's going to get 4 more runs here. He's leant on that. It was outside the off stump and ran the ball down to third man for another boundary. He goes to 64, and poor old James Harris getting a bit of tap here. He's gone for 61, and he's got 1 more ball of his 10th over to bowl. No third man in place, and Hudson Prentice rather helped himself in that region. Arrears are down to 3 as the sun makes another appearance. Lots of people going into the food festival earlier on today over in Butte Park, just over the River Taff. Harris is in again, now in bright sunshine. Bowls. Oh, and that's a good delivery. That was a really good delivery, and Hudson Prentice was beaten all ends up. Goes through to keeper Cook. There is no run. End of the over. 130 for 5. Harris very nearly getting his revenge. 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 61. Hudson Prentice 64. Coles 33. Sussex 130 for 5. Trailing by 3.
Yeah, Harris has been expensive at times this season, but he has been asked to try a bit of short pitch bowling and leg side stuff on occasion, which can be expensive if it goes wrong. And Glamorgan don't have an out and out pace. Harris reaching the early 80s at times, so he's been attempting to fill that role. 12 wickets so far this season, as Mir Hamza is in to bowl, and behind it is Coles playing it gently to mid-off, and there is no run. So Hamza is with Glamorgan for a further 2 matches.
Right.
Against Middlesex at home next week. Glamorgan with back-to-back home matches. If you couldn't get here this weekend, well, you've got next weekend as well. Let's hope the good weather returns after probably turning for the worse tomorrow in this part of the world anyway. Hamza bowls, Coles drives to mid-on, no run.
Where's he off to after he's finished his 7-game stint, Nick? Is he off to a...
No, he just said, I'm going back home.
Right.
Obviously they are thinking differently for the T20. May well go with 2 batters, I suspect, though I don't have any firm information. But if you've got Ingram and Labuschagne around,
yeah, you probably want them both to play.
As Hamza bowls, no shot played by Coles through to Chris Cook. And obviously bowlers can win T20 games, but they only have a limited allocation of 24 balls in which to turn the match, whereas a batter, a star batter, has got the whole innings potentially.
Has Labuschagne played a lot of T20 cricket?
And not for Australia, but he has done for Glamorgan, and he has looked very effective. He's a very adaptable player. As Hamza in to bowl, driven stylishly by Coles, who held the pose.
Did.
Nice pose, but no runs if you hit it straight to mid-off, as he did on that occasion.
I think the plan for Sussex in the T20, Tamal Mills is skippering the side this year, which I think is really good news. My understanding is that Ollie Robinson is going to play some T20 as well.
All right.
He just needs to bowl overs, Ollie, so obviously he must have given some sort of permission. I think he was certainly hoping to anyway.
Hamza around the wicket now to Coles, who's forward defending. Coles is not going to mess about in this spell from Glamorgan's premier strike bowler. Mentioning Labuschagne in T20, he's played 14 matches for Glamorgan. Last season he didn't because Australia's Ashes series started so early. He averages 43, highest score of 93 not out, when he almost won a game single-handed here in the near dark when the floodlights were out of action. As Hamza bowls and Coles defends that one, and Labuschagne's also taken 12 wickets in those 14 games, so here's a multifaceted option. Bowls leg spin. He had a random day of bowling off spin for Glamorgan in a championship match, just to prove he could, I think. Got a few wickets there, and he's even claimed a couple of wickets for Glamorgan bowling seam as well. Applause for the 100 partnership with no ball there from Mir Hamza. 132 for 5. One behind. Hamza in to bowl. Coles drives. Byram fields at cover. So nothing off the bat in that over, but two sundries to spoil Hamza's record. He has 3 for 27 off 9. And Sussex now just 1 run behind. So plenty of time theoretically left in this match, but Sussex, well, the first job is to save it before they have any wild thoughts of winning it. Having won the last 2, I'm sure they would entertain that possibility if we got a full rest of the game in, but I don't think we're going to.
Yes, which is a shame, because it's got all the makings of a sort of a classic 4-day game that's ebbed and flowed. It's been a terrific watch. So, James Harris has got 2 slips in place. Sam Northeast is keeping pace with his opening bowler. Those 2 slips in place. And Harris, the sun has disappeared momentarily. He's in over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice works that one to backball point. There is no run. There's still no third man in play. In the last over, Hudson Prentice took advantage of that and was just able to caress the ball down to the third man boundary. He's on 64, Cole's on 33. As Nick was saying, the 100 partnership coming up in very good time. It's 19 overs. It's looked a slightly different game against Mir Hamza, I have to say. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 27. In comes Harris over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice defends down to mid-on, fielded by Al Hassan, and there's no run.
Maybe getting a radio update fairly shortly.
Okay, George 2.
Probably best.
Yeah, that's fine.
132 for 5 then, Sussex. Hudson Prentice galloping on to 64 not out. Off 60 balls. Really has been a fine counter-attack as Harris is in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drives down the ground, and they don't get any runs because Zain Al Hassan has made good ground round from mid-on to intercept it, and did it cleanly, even without needing to dive there. 132 for 5 Sussex. They're 1 run behind, so just a shot away from being in profit. Glamorgan 411 all out. Sussex 132 for 5. The 30th over of the innings. As Harris turns in from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls driven firmly by Hudson Prentice, but this time straight to Al Hassan at mid-on, and there's no run. 132 for 5 it remains, 1 run behind. So Glamorgan probing away, but in vain after that crash of wickets really in the first 10 overs of the innings. It really was a dramatic first hour of the day's play. But Hudson Prentice and Coles have certainly got on the front foot and taken it back to Glamorgan. Harrison to Hudson Prentice, who defends back to the bowler. Oohs and ahs.
Flip it over this, Nick.
It has indeed. In the afternoon sunshine, flags, well, the Glamorgan flag is just fluttering out quite lazily. The Sussex flag is fairly limp at the moment, and so is the Welsh flag on top of the pavilion. Harris striving for the breakthrough, and he comes, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drives nicely through the offside. There'll be runs here, they may well be 4 of them. Kiran Carlson is off in pursuit, and it is 4 runs as Carlson goes full length, but the ball beating him into the ropes in front of the cricket school away to our left, and Hudson Prentice moves on to 68, and the score 136 for 5, and Sussex are now in the lead by 3 runs.
Lovely shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. This partnership now worth 104 between these two. Still 63 overs to be bowled, so a lot of cricket to be played today, I should say.
I think we can take it. There'll be no radio update heading our way.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's me jumping in. I shouldn't have done that.
You crack on with this Hamza over.
2 slips in play. In fact, there's just the 1 slip in play now, as I say that, which is Colin Ingram. Mason Crane was at more of a backward point position. So, Cook and Ingram, keeper and first slip in deep conversation. There's a point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, a fine leg, and a deep square for that little flick shot that James Coles plays. He's played so effectively today on the leg side. In comes Hamza, in and bowls, and Coles, who's such a stylish player. Even in a defensive shot, it just looks like everything is in the right place. He is a very good player. He's on 33, 136 for 5. Goes down, does a little bit of gardening, but Sussex need a lot of runs from him today. And the lower order, they can't rely on the forecast rain arriving. Sussex need to bat themselves out of this hole. Hamza wheels around at the far end of the ground. Around the wicket, in and bowls, and Coles defends onto the onside, no run. You sort of get the feeling here that these two have realised that this is where the real danger is from Mir Hamza. 3 for 27, he's in his 4th over since lunch. And he's sort of bowled in 6 over spells, but Sam Northeast will be desperate to at least eke out a couple more overs. The ball is in its 31st over. Hamza is on his way again. Coles is forward. I wonder if that's off-putting, Nick, when he yells like that when he delivers the ball. It's a bit like a tennis player on the serve, isn't it? Sort of grunt.
Yeah, Kevin Higgins in Istanbul reports that he's never had any problems with the stream coverage.
Oh, right, that's interesting.
Maybe it's depending on what country you're in.
Yeah. That is interesting. So you can't get it in Switzerland, but you can in other countries. He comes pulled away, Hamza, and pulled away by James Coles. The reaction of the fielder at mid-wicket, it wasn't that far away from him, but it was short, and it was just belted away by James Coles. We just see the repeat of it. Well, it was in the air for a while. There was a dive at mid-wicket, but I'm not sure how close he was to it there. The man in there is Andrew Gorvin. Good shot. Coles goes to 37, 140 for 5. Sussex leading by 7.
The man chasing round the boundary wearing 13 is subfielder Tom Bevan.
Thank you, Nick. Hamza in again, bowls, and Coles gets more runs here, this time down to fine leg. I think that's Kiran Carlson, who's in an unusual position down at fine leg. He's such a good fielder. He was nattering away to someone down on the boundary. I don't know if that's a mate of his or Might be his brother, or who knows. But you don't usually see him down at fine leg. One more to Coles, who goes to 38, 141 for 5.
No, unless he's picked up a bang on the hand somewhere. He tends to be quite vulnerable to those.
So Tom Bevan.
It's 13.
Thank you.
Subfielder.
Hamza. Final ball of his 10th over around the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice takes a good couple of paces down the wicket then, and he draws a glare from Mir Hamza, who I don't think was overly impressed. Nonetheless, Hudson Prentice plays it out into the offside. There is no run. He's on 68, Cole's on 38, Sussex 141 for 5. Edward is back with us. I'll have a little breather for a minute, and then I'll come back in about half an hour or so.
141 for 5.
We want to hear what really happened at the rugby club last night.
Returning to bowl at the
Trabanos Terror, Edward Bevan. As Gorvin will replace Harris, Andy Gorvin, who struck with his first ball. Couldn't really have a better start to your bowling spell than to get rid of Pujara. Also sent back Simpson in the same over, but 2 for 23 now in his first 5-over spell, and I would have thought he'd operate with Cook standing. No, not initially. Cook. What's he doing? He's going back.
Yeah, he's going back to Coles and up to Hudson Prentice.
Well spotted. Gorvin then, with just the one slip, 5 saving the single, so a bit of a run saving, frustrating field as that's short outside off stump, and Coles rather missed out as he played it timely to short cover, no run.
Yeah, they play well, these two, haven't they? And the wicket seems to be playing a bit easier now. And the ball is that much older. Glamorgan still, I think, in the ascendancy. A wicket here would give him a lot of hope, but
Gorvin, legs pumping in bowls, up in the block hole, driven by Coles to mid-on, no run. But talk about wickets falling in clusters. It really has gone to the extreme in this match, hasn't it?
Incredible.
With Sussex having a mid-innings collapse in their first innings, Glamorgan faltering at the start and then falling away badly at the end, and now Sussex having that 6-over nightmare spell where they lost 5 wickets and nothing since. Gorvin in, bowls, run down, nice little shot from Coles, steering it down towards third man. The chase is on for Mason Crane, and he picks it up just inside the boundary, and his throw is rather too powerful for Chris Cook, but it is backed up, and Coles picks up 2 more to move on to 40 not out. Hudson Prentice, very much the aggressor of the two, on 68 not out, having faced 5 fewer deliveries, but Coles is certainly batting quite nicely, the 20-year-old. Mature little knock. As Gorvin in bowls, pulled away on the leg side, single out to Byram. Coles to 41, 144 for 5. You can tell the ball really isn't coming onto the bat very well at the moment, is it? Pitch is getting slow and low.
I think Glamorgan also have leaked a few runs, especially after lunch with James Harris. Has gone for very expensive, hasn't taken a wicket, and really wanted somebody to back Hamza up at this other end.
Gorvin in, bowls, and Hudson Prentice for once on the defensive. Glamorgan seems to have reverted to the tactics of trying to bore them out, really, hoping for a mishit aggressive shot. Hudson Prentice has played plenty of aggressive shots and hasn't given a chance so far.
Okay, you can say Glamorgan have got Sussex 11 for 5. So they're running the game at the moment, but Sussex have done well to come back.
Gorvin bowls, Hudson Prentice defends. For a moment I thought it might have been pad first, but he got bat and pad close together to create enough doubt in the umpire's minds. Anyway, had there been an appeal, And now he got it cleanly off the bat. The replay shows 144 for 5 then. Sussex lead Glamorgan by 11 runs with 5 wickets standing. It's strange. I mean, you get an occasional match like this where, you know, if you get in, you're in, and you're going strongly, but you're very vulnerable at the start of an innings. I find it difficult to work out how that happens.
I think we're going to have a change of bowling at the far end. Oh no, I think Hamza is going to continue. Well, he has to
Hamza
continue.
Fancies another one.
Because
he bowled 4 overs in this spell, so this one and possibly one more.
Yeah, and I think they're defending against Hamza. He hasn't been hit for many boundaries, I can't recall, and the pattern will be to see him off and then build some more runs up. Here's Hamza bowls. They flicked on the leg side, fielded. The man just backward of square. Good bit of fielding there. Just the one slip now. Started off with 4, then 3, then 2, and now it's just the 1. The Glamorgan captain, Sam North, he's conscious of the fact, of course, that the lead is mounting quietly, and he wouldn't have thought this at 32 for 5. As Hamza coming round the wicket to Coles, bowls to him. He just nudges that out backward of square into the gully position. Crane fields. He saw a couple of overs from Crane, but no real threat for a leg spinner on a slow pitch. All time in the world. So really it's up to the medium pacers is just to bowl that length or just back of a length, and as you say, they try and bore the batsman out, because Hudson Prentice is a man who likes to attack.
The trouble is there's a narrowing window for Glamorgan to try and force a positive result.
Here is Hamza again, bowls, and this is played out towards mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. And also, I don't know, I'm a bit tired, sick and tired of talking about the weather. We just have to accept what happens. There are about 4 different weather forecasts, and you speak to people around West Wales. No, it hasn't rained, it's nice. And is it coming up? No, at the moment. And the Met Office says there could be a threat of rain later on. You just have to accept and take the adage of the the weather forecast people. It might rain, it might not, you might miss it. So I think we've spoken enough about the weather, and just concentrate on the cricket. As Hamza comes in, bowls to Coles, goes forward, plays it defensively out to mid-off. Coles on 41, 68 to Hudson Prentice, and this partnership now worth a lot of runs. It's 112. Doing the job here, these two that Colin Ingram and Kiran Carlson did for Glamorgan. Hamza possibly in his last over here, comes in and bowls again. Again, he just pushes forward. There's Coles. Again, there's no run. Coles made 31, played nicely in the first innings. He's LBW to Hamza then. You're always conscious of the fact here the ball keeping just a little bit low, and Coles is on the front foot to most deliveries he's faced. Tall young man. Found how many people have been given out LBW, already 3 in this innings. As Hamza comes up with the last ball of the over from that far end and bowls. Oh, beats him outside the off stump, and Hamza's down on his knees. And was that very close to the bat? Was it close to the stumps? We'll just have a little look, I'm sure, to see how close that was. Yeah, but the edge of the bat, very, very close to the edge there. And if I was the captain, Sam North East, I'd perhaps say to him, Mayor, I know it's hot, but you're used to this in Pakistan. Can you give us a few more? We might just break this stand. because there's nobody else there at the moment who has shown that they can take a wicket in this innings.
Yeah, Hams has certainly been one for the LBWs in this match. 3 out of his 4 victims in the first innings, and now 2 out of the 3 in the second innings as well. As Gorvin bowling to Hudson Prentice, who plays to mid-off, and there's no run. Gorvin got Simpson LBW in this innings. As for the Sussex bowlers, there were 2 Glamorgan batters dismissed. Colin Ingram by Danny Lamb and Byram by Carvelis. To the umpire's digit for LBW. 144 for 5, Sussex lead by 11. Gorvin to Hudson Prentice, who plays that down towards backward square. They'll take a single quickly. Addy Byram comes racing in off the mid-wicket boundary, and as the fielding prevents them from going back for a second. 145 for 5, Sussex. 12 runs in the lead. Elsewhere in Division 2, Gloucestershire completely in control against Northants.
I can't understand why they haven't declared.
Gorvin in bowls, and forward comes Coles. Defensively, no run. Gloucestershire had the chance to enforce the follow-on, but they're batting again. They're 260 for 4 in their second innings, a lead of 498. So you'd think the declaration was nigh, with Cameron Bancroft on 114 not out after Liam Patterson-White took 3 wickets.
On Roan.
Gorvin bowls down leg side, poor ball. Chris Cook does well to stop it.
Nottinghamshire spinner, Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, took 3-4 knots.
4 knots. Yes.
Oh, sorry, Northants. Sorry, yes, you're right.
Well, I thought
yeah,
he was
getting
on
my,
road.
getting my Midlanders in a muddle. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
In the first division, plenty of runs at Southampton. Durham 268 for 5 in reply to Hampshire's 501 all out. 503 all outs, unbeaten century there for Beddingham. Gorvin in, bowls outside, off stump, no threat, no shot, no run. At Canterbury, in reply to Worcestershire's 618 for 7 declared, Kent are now 191 for 4 with Jack Leaning on 82 not out. Daniel Bell Drummond made 67 there, as Kent still more than 400 runs adrift. At Trent Bridge, knots are going well. Gorvin into bowl, and Coles is on the defensive. Hasib Hamid is still there, 191 not out. Or has that been updated? I thought he'd seen somewhere that he was got 200, but approaching 200 anyway. A partnership with Ollie Stone. Tail end is 88 not out, and they've added 150 or so. Nottinghamshire lead Lancashire by 95 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Finally, in the county championship scores at the Oval, Surrey made 464 all out. Jamie Smith made 155 of those. Warwickshire 56 for 1 in their second innings, still 65 runs behind. Well, I think long spell from Crane might be the order of the day in this afternoon sunshine.
Yes, and Glamorgan won't want to leak too many runs though, because a leg spinner is known to bowl 1 or 2 bad balls every over or so. You want to keep things tight, and he is going to be bowling Hudson Prentice, who's on 67. He's bowling from the river end, short boundary behind him. In he comes, bowls the first ball, and Crane is driven there out to short extra cover with the captain, Sam North East Fields. Just a slip, backward point, a short cover, deep extra cover, and a deep mid-off. That's the field for Mason Crane. As he comes in, bowl hits Prentice, just nudging and down the leg side. Cook has the bails off, but the batsman hadn't moved. Onside, mid-on, mid-wicket. man on the 45 and a deep mid-wicket just under the shadow of the pavilion. Crane bowls. This is driven for a single out of deep extra cover. And not taking any risks, the batsman, waiting for the ball that is there to be hit. Cole's down on 41. He's first 81 balls. Hitson Preston is on 72 balls. Crane tosses this one up, and it's paddled away down towards fine leg. It's going to run away down to the boundary, and it's a despairing stop, and it's diverted by Ul Hassan, who made a brave effort to stop it, and that runs away for 4.
Yeah, Ul Hassan got to it just inside the ropes, but unfortunately didn't give a hard enough hand on it, and as he tried to flap it back, the ball, I think, hit him somewhere on the shoulder and rolled over the boundary after him. 150 for 5, effectively 17 for 5.
Yeah, still away behind Sussex, but they've battled hard here. As Crane comes in again. Bowls. This time, Cole batsman comes forward, pushes it away. Cole's nearing his 50. Very, very promising young all-rounder. Went on the England Lions tour last winter. Left-arm spinner, of course. Didn't get much luck with his bowling in this game. As Crane comes in, bowls. The forward comes Coles, and there's no run. End of the over. And the position here is that Sussex are 150 now for 5. With the 2 not out batsmen. Cole's on 45. Hudson Prentice is not out. 78. And the recovery not complete, but on its way. And a commendable effort it's been. Going to continue.
Indeed, 150 for 5. As Gorvin bowls down the pitch came Hudson Prentice, but clipped it straight to Sean mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Sussex have steadied things and got back on the front foot since well, around about the 12 o'clock mark. It's been the batters in control. Oh, that's caught at mid-wicket. Yeah. Hudson Prentice has gone.
Good catch.
Well snapped up by Ul Hassan. High above his head as Glamorgan strike. Hudson Prentice is back in the pavilion for 70. Caught at mid-wicket. Just not getting in control of that shot. And it was a good grab.
It was a good grab, yeah. Not a very tall man, is he?
He needed to get off the ground. Certainly Ul Hassan leaping and took it high above his head. A fine catch indeed. 150 for 6, effectively 17 for 6. And Glamorgan get the door open again. But a fine knock from Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, I was just going to say, an excellent knock. What a wonder he is, and would fit into any top-class First Division side. As he looked very dejected there because he played possibly a little bit too early. The ball might have stopped, but a very good catch at short mid-wicket. And as you say, the door is open as the next batsman. Now, we don't know whether Jack Carson's going to bat. He's not due until the next wicket to fall. Danny Lamb is coming on now, and he is on a pair.
Sussex is Danny Lamb.
Yeah, you'd have thought that Carson would bat if at all possible.
It's a case of being patient.
Back problem can be very painful, but you'd think he'd get out there and hold the bat.
Patience is, what do they say? Patience is a virtue. Possess it if you can. I won't carry on with it. You obviously know at the end.
Good afternoon to our colleague, moving on. Good afternoon to our colleague Jonathan Deutsch, who switched to us after following a goalless draw for Leeds. Yeah. Time to see if the hosts can complete the job of taking 20 wickets. Well, they've got 16, and really is one of their best efforts with the ball. Definitely is their best effort with the ball this season for Glamorgan. However this match finishes, they've put themselves in a winning position. They were on top in the previous home game against Derbyshire, but only claimed 3 wickets on the visitors' second innings. So Glamorgan have an extra man in on the drive. Kiran Carlson is in at silly mid-on. Carlson bowls and Lamb plays defensively on the leg side, and there's no run. Don't see that often a player at silly mid-on so close to the strip as Carlson is. It's a very straight drive that he's trying to intercept there.
I remember in a wonderful Ashes series that England won some time ago, Matthew Hayden, England had a man exactly in that spot, a little bit deeper. I wouldn't have fancied fielding there to Matthew Hayden of all people.
Gorvin is in to bowl to Lamb, who's defending that one to Ul Hassan at short mid-wicket.
The thing is, Nick, that the analysts these days, they spot something, so they would have spotted something in Hayden's makeup that he likes to drive, perhaps on the up on that position. But they think a lot, and analysts play a great part, not only in cricket, but in football and also in rugby. Good over this.
It is. Gorvin in again to Lamb, who's hit on the thigh pad as the ball bounces away on the leg side, and they're through for a leg bye. Yep, leg bye as umpire Watts taps his knee. 151 for 6, the more established batter. Coles is back on strike, and square leg pushes.
If they were, if they were to lose a wicket, they would have been not hoping, but would be happier if Hudson Prentice hadn't got out, because he was the more aggressive, and Coles has been defending well with the occasional attacking shot.
Gorvin bowls, and Coles illustrates that very point by defending it. 151 for 6. Applause from the crowd for Gorvin's successful over. We'll invite Adrian back in, because I've got to be back on at 3 o'clock, so if I'm going to have a break, it's got to be now. Adrian Harms of BBC Sussex Sport is back on, and he will take care of the next 25 minutes with Edward.
Just had a good look at the weather forecast for tomorrow, Edward, and it does look dreadful. I mean, I don't think there's going to be any. I mean, if the weather forecast is to be believed, I just watched. It's going to start raining here in the morning, and they say it's a slow-moving mound of rain. It's going to rain pretty much all day. So,
how many overs left today?
Overs left today.
57, is that it?
Yes.
A lot of. I can't see one way or the other as
Mason Crane bowls, forwards comes. Lamb plays it back down the track, no run.
Now that they opened that door, and with only 4 wickets left, and Carson, I think he'll bat.
Well, I would have yes. I mean, in comes Crane bowls, and Lamb plays slightly uppishly to mid-off. There is no run. I wondered if today was going to be Finn Hudson Prentice's day. He's never made a first-class 100. He made 99 on his debut for Derbyshire, but he's never got to the 3 figures. But he
did a great job.
Yeah, he's a fine player. Leading run scorer last season. In comes Crane and bowls. We lets that one go outside. Off stumped as Danny Lamb, and there is no run. And he top scored in Sussex's first innings. So he's a fine. I
made the point when you were next door that I think he'd grace any first division side. He's such an useful all-rounder.
Yeah, he's very good. Yeah. Released by Sussex back in the day. In comes Crane and bowls. Forward comes Lamb, plays it down the track, no run. Released. Went to the MCC and then got picked up by Derbyshire, and that was the making of Finn, and he hasn't looked back. It's a great story.
It's lovely to see them come back and prove
definitely. Yeah,
the county wrong, isn't it?
Yeah. Crane in bowls. Lamb drives. Fielded there by North East. There is. Now, all the time that Coles and Hudson Prentice were batting, two things were happening. A, they weren't losing wickets, but B, also Sussex were stretching the lead, taking more time out of the game.
4 and over as well.
And that will still be important here for Sussex. They just want to prod, and obviously they don't want to lose wickets, but if they can keep the scoreboard ticking along. Crane is in, bowls, and
I just made the point.
There is no run.
Had Sussex been resigned to losing the wicket, they would rather have seen Coles go than Hudson Prentice, because Coles has been defending a lot and leaving it to his partner. But they have to show signs of aggression now because the lead is so slender.
My screen has got off, so I might just give it a reboot. Oh, well done, Jack.
Jack will be in now.
Well done, Jack. Coming running in to...
If somebody said, let's have a 5p bet, I think this game could be over one way or the other tonight, with all those overs left.
There are a lot of overs to be bowled. Thank you, Jack. Top man, thank you. The screen is back on, and it's going to be Gorvid, who's got a very impressive figures. 8 overs, 3 for 27.
Here he is then, with an attacking field bowling to Coles. Keeper standing up and bowls the first ball, which is clipped away for a single, down towards fine leg.
And he wanted a second there.
Second, yeah. He's conscious of the fact the new batsman is in. The pitch, I don't know whether you agree with this, I think it's a bit on the slow and low side and not easy. That's why I thought it was such an excellent innings by Hudson Prentice, because it wasn't easy to score.
No.
But he was selective and he hit the ball hard. And perhaps he was a little bit unlucky to get out, but there we are. Garvin bowls and Lamb defends.
Yes, I mean it was a decent catch, wasn't it, at mid wicket?
Yeah, he's not a tall man, and he just leapt up.
It is just it's looking a little greyer. There is the threat of thunderstorms around this afternoon. I'm not one who says, "Oh, I hope they're," but I say the forecast for tomorrow does look really miserable.
We said we're not going to talk anymore.
Yeah.
About the forecast.
So we'll have to see.
Yeah. Let it take its course. Lamb waits. In comes Corwin over the wicket and bowls to him, and Lamb comes forward.
He's made a career best, Danny Lamb, since he's been at Sussex, coming down from Lancashire last season. That was in the game at Leicestershire, where he made 134. A big partnership of 255 with John Simpson. Hasn't played a huge amount of first-class cricket for someone who's been around the game a long time. Yeah. He's
ex-Lancashire, of course.
Yes, he is, yeah.
Made his debut against Glamorgan at Colin Bay some years ago.
Oh, great stat.
Here's Gorvin in to bowl to him. Down the leg side, clips it nicely off his legs, and we'll get off the dreaded pair. And he gets a single. Batting to come, Jack Carlson. With his side in trouble if they lose another wicket, will come in, I would have thought, anyhow.
Yes, I mean, I was saying to Nick, I mean, you know, if you can't bat, you can't bat, couldn't you? We don't know how bad Jack's back is, but he didn't take the field at all yesterday. If Sussex are in a position where if he could bat for half an hour or so,
we'll see.
We'll have to see.
In comes Gorvin, bowls again, outside the off stump, his left, lovely take by Cook standing up. Carlson, Corvallis and Seals, all three, as we saw in the first innings, can bat. But Glamorgan will say to themselves, yes, they can maybe get 40, 50, but you wouldn't see them scoring 100. So they look and be patient as far as the fielding side is concerned, and Sussex will look to try and build and be switched on at all times, Adrian.
Yes, they will. James Cole's still there, which is key now for Sussex.
In comes the next ball. It's clipped away for a single, just losing his line there. And they cross for a single. 100 and... what's that?
154
for 6.
So the lead is 21.
21 for 6 in real terms.
We've enjoyed watching the development of James Coles over the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, I think he looks a very good player.
I'm making the point now.
Paul Farbrace, rates him very highly. He's just one of these players that seems to have so much time to play his shots.
Correct, yeah. And when you see him, he's just composed.
Yeah.
I suppose bit of an old head on young shoulders.
No, I think he is.
To 21.
Yeah, and he's got that option they can bowl left arm. He didn't pick up any wickets here this week, but he's picked up 10 this season already, which is last season he only picked up 5. So, but he's in the side mainly to bat.
Yeah.
Here goes Mason Crane, bowling to Coles, who's forward, played down the onside of the track, no run.
Yeah, the misfortune of bowling at Ingram, who is good. He uses his feet to slow bowling and hits it, as you well know, very, very hard.
Yes, I think
so. That was a test.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. Just break off for a moment. In comes Crane over the wicket bowls, and Coles drives without timing into the offside, and there is no run. He looks at the bottom of his bat. I think James would be the first one to say that his bowling is secondary to his batting. That's primarily his in the side, but he did benefit from that winter out in India, working along the side.
Swanee.
Graham Swan, yeah, and he gets good bounce. Just James Coles. Crane in again, bowls, and now I don't know if that's going to be buys, or whether he got a little tickle on that, James Coles. If he got a tickle on it, that'll be his half century, and indeed it is his half century. Little tickle down to fine leg.
Off the goalie.
And James Coles goes to 51, and Sussex to 158 for 6. He raises his back towards the dressing room, and the Sussex lads sitting there on the benches on the balcony, clapping away. He's absolutely key here. If Sussex are going to carry this fight deep, the lead is now 25. The sun is back with us, which is nice to see. Crane in again. Well, yeah, I think it probably did, and Coles has edged that one without a lot of conviction down to. He certainly wasn't intending it to go there, but he picks up a couple of runs as James Coles. He goes to 53, 160 for 6. You think he's turning it here, Mason Crane?
Yeah, that turn. You would expect it to turn in this hot weather. Crane. Third afternoon.
Crane tosses the ball from hand to hand. Waits. In comes Crane, bowls, now drives. Crane fields not cleanly off his own bowling. There is no run. That beginnings that Danny Lamb played at Leicester, that was in an entirely different situation. Sussex were looking to pile on the runs, and
you got licence then, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. They did. And I'm not, he batted very well. I'm not saying he didn't, but this is different. Crane in bowls and swept by Lamb only as far as Al Hassan at fine leg, and there is no run. It is the end of another over. 160 for 6. Listen to the stats.
With 6 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, a good innings.
91 balls, patient, yeah. Aggression mixed with caution.
Yep. And the two, James Coles and Danny Lamb, having a chat in the middle of the pitch. As Ed was saying, Carson Carvelas, who batted very well in the first innings, and Jaden Seals. I wonder when we're going to get the next blast from Mir Hamza. I would imagine that North East won't leave it all that long,
What did he bowl, 7 overs?
He's bowled, let's get Mir Hamza's stats up.
As we wait for Gorvin to carry on. Coming in bowled to Lamb. Lamb is right forward, and probably been told by the coaching staff and the batsmen who have been in, you must get right forward on this pitch if you've got any doubt, because it might just scuttle along. Keeper standing up, putting pressure on the batsman, and Gorvin will try and keep things steady here. Wait, as you say, for Hamza to come back.
He's bowled 11 overs. So he's bowled a spell of 6 and a spell of 5.
Right. In comes Gorvin, bowled, and he squares the batsman up there. Lamb looking to just push it away in the onside. Gets a little bit of a leading edge, no threat, as Gorvin gets some movement out of the pitch.
He's bowled well, hasn't he?
He has bowled very well. It's the best I think we've all seen him bowl. And the type of bowler you need on this pitch is a medium pace, not great pace, but just keeping it there, not giving the batsman a chance to collar you. As he comes in and bowls, well, that's a good looking shot. That's 4 runs there. Half volley straight, and Lamb got onto it and struck it for 4. What's the lead you think they'll? I think anything over 130, 140 could be useful.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't mean to be broken record, but the more time Sussex can take out the game today, What's that lead now? 31.
Not out of it by a long way yet, but they'll need to get at least another 100 runs. Lovely shot there by Lam as Gorwin about to start his run up, aborts it, and has walked back to his mark again. 2 men on the drive as Gorwin comes in and bowls to Lam. Lam gets right forward, doesn't really time that either. Pushes it away on the onside, and there's no run.
I'm not quite sure what's going on at Wantage Road.
Well, I can't understand it.
Well, Gloucestershire 314 for 4. They lead by 552. You'd have thought they want to get Northamptonshire in, and
well, with weather.
Well, yeah. I mean, it actually looks like it's this part of the country, though it's slowly edging north and eastwards tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like they will later on tomorrow.
Why do people go on? I'm always defeated by this. Gorvin bowls, forward comes Lamb, and there's no run.
I mean, that would be a monumental chase, wouldn't it?
Well, you're not going to get it.
552.
I'd put everything I own on them not getting it, says he.
Steady.
What do you think?
Well, it does seem. I mean, it would probably break, every record that Northamptonshire have got. I actually think Andrew Radd would know. But I mean, yeah, that'd be a huge task, wouldn't it?
Last ball coming up as he bowls it. And appeal for LBW, and he's gone.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over.
Surprised.
Forward, and he was half forward, perhaps.
Yeah.
So that's the 7th wicket to go. Lamb, LBW. It's been a disappointing game for the all-rounder. Just look at that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that did look pretty. I mean, certainly from here, I mean, we'll see the replay in a moment.
Danny Lamb was LBW.
He certainly wasn't going over the top, was it?
I think he was half forward.
Yeah, hit him on the knee roll. A very good Gorvin, isn't it? 4 for 34.
Oh, yeah.
And the wicket goes down, 164 for 7. And Glamorgan, let's see if Jack Carlson is going to bat.
He might come in at 11.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
You think?
That's a very good point. Let's see. Lamb rather trudges up the steps away to our left-hand side.
4th LBW in 7 wickets falling.
Yeah. Well, who'd have thought this yesterday, Edward, when Glamorgan were 41 for 4? It just goes to show how that's the
pressure.
Yeah, and it's the great thing about this game is what I know in limited overs cricket it can ebb and flow, but only in this sort of cricket now that looks to me like
Cavellas.
Hang on. Or is that Jack?
Seems to be moving all right.
Yeah.
Dean coming back for Sussex.
No, it's
is Jack.
Oh, it is Jack.
Oh, there.
Oh, it is Jack. Well, he's doing some stretching exercises on the boundary edge.
See how he moves now.
Yeah, well, he didn't take the field this morning. He didn't play, wasn't on the field at all yesterday. Well, he's come out without any sort of a runner. So that suggests that that's good news as far as Sussex are concerned.
Yes.
But I just wonder when the time comes here with James Coles when he... I mean, Caballo's batted very well in the first innings, 39. We know Jack Carlson can bat. He made 39 as well. So they can all bat down the order for Sussex.
But they want to get a lot of runs.
But they'll not want to go into a shell here because what have we still got today? 53 overs. Sussex will want to just stretch the sleeve just as far as they can. It's a difficult equation.
I'm just going to say it's so difficult. Yeah. Now, do you try and attack and might get out, or do you?
Correct. Yeah. Or do you? I guess you'd have to keep on accumulating. I don't think the time has quite come for James Cole to go after the bowling here. There's too much batting to come. New over. Mason Crane in bowls to James Coles, who mistimes that to short extra cover, and there is no run. 164 for 7.
31 runs ahead.
One slip in place. Kane tosses the ball from hand to hand. Mason Crane in bowls, gives that plenty of flight. You can see that he's bowling here at the moment, Crane, with, the batsmen are under press. He's giving it, he's got a lovely loop on this at the moment.
Say, come on.
Yeah, he's got isn't he? He's tempting James Coles, and the mid-on is up. In fact, are they going to move him back? In fact, North East has come out to that mid-wicket position. I'd imagine they may all cluster around the back a little when Jack Carlson gets on strike. Crane in again, bowls. Coles is forward, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Wales. Adrian Harms, Ed Bevan and Nick Webb, your commentary team here in Cardiff on a sultry day. Crane is in, and Coles glances that one down to deep backward square. Picks up another single, does James Coles. He's on 54. If you've just joined us and wondering what's been happening today, well, the Glamorgan innings this morning just lasted for 2 balls before, without addition to the total, Mir Hamza was run out by Tom Haynes. Sussex then, a solid enough start, 22 without loss, which became 32 for 5. 3 wickets for Mir Hamza. 2 for Andrew Gorvin, Clark for 8, Haynes 14, Alsop 5, Pujara 3, Simpson without scoring. Then a partnership of 118 between Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was eventually out for 70, and James Coles, who's still there on 54. In comes Crane and bowls to Carson. The second slip is back in place, Sam North East.
He looks all right.
Yes, he does.
A couple of painkillers will help.
Yeah. Hasn't bowled at all in the match as Jack Carlson, which has hampered Sussex. I think we have to say that. In comes Crane, bowls, and Carlson defends.
Do they have a coach travelling?
Yes, they do.
Because,
end of the over, 165.7.
You wouldn't fancy 5 or 6 hours in the car?
No, Sussex travel everywhere by coach.
Sensible too.
I know a lot of the younger lads live in accommodation, around the ground. So
they leave the cars.
So yeah, if they've got cars, I think a lot of them live close enough to be able to walk to the ground, sharing with each other and the like. Well, they have great fun, I should think. You've got this love of cricket, and Hove's a lovely place to live.
I remember when Tony Cotty had a house down there,
Yeah.
and he had Tim Ambrose as his lodger, as he used to call him.
And he had Phil Salt as a lodger as well.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Fellow Welshman.
Yeah, yeah. He's well, good luck to Phil. He's probably earning a fortune over in the IPL at the minute. He's scoring a lot of. Only scored 6 yesterday, I noticed. But I remember actually interviewing Phil on the balcony at Durham when he was. He wasn't getting much of a game for Sussex, and there was a bit of talk he was going to come here at that stage.
He'd have been very welcome. Here's Gorvin starting the over and bowls, and that's cut away, but not timed in any way.
Oh, Gloucestershire have declared.
Well,
319 for 5. Northamptonshire needing 558 to win. Cameron Bancroft 150 not out. Gloucestershire putting down a bit of a mark. They've had a miserable season last season. They haven't won the whole of last season. I did say this division's open.
In comes Gorvin, bowl to Coles, down the leg side. Beautiful take there.
Lovely. Well, and he whipped the bail off.
Cook.
How good was that?
Now and again we get people come into the press box and they say, will you name your best Glamorgan side ever? Mm-hmm. And I go back a bit, and I've always included some keeper called Ivan Jones, who played back in the 60s, superb wicketkeeper and got runs. And this year, that was the only change my side, was Chris Cook.
Really?
For the runs he's got in one-day cricket as well. As that's another good take, not a great ball.
No.
Simply because Ivan didn't play a lot of one-day cricket, but Cookie has played terrifically well in one-day cricket and 4-day, and is, well, in my mind, one of the best keepers in the country.
Well, it is the true test, isn't it? Standing up to the stumps, that's when you really see.
I love to see it.
Oh, I do. I do. I loved. In fact, the best wicketkeeper I saw last year standing up to the stumps was Ollie Robinson up at Durham, the former Kent. I think he's terrific.
In comes Gorvin, bowls right forward, exaggerated forward push by Coles there. As the sun comes out, saying good afternoon.
No, he's a fine wicketkeeper. I mean, there's a lot of competition for that England wicketkeeping spot.
There
is. There really is. Yeah.
Yeah. Ollie Carter kept wicket for you, didn't he?
Yes, he did, and he's a young cricketer who's, I'm sure, his time will come again. But Sussex opting for John Simpson when he became available.
Gorvin, medium pace, is in and bowls to Coles. Again, he tries to work it away. Again, he hits him on the pad. How many overs we got before we have a cuppa?
Oh, we've got a while yet. We've got another 17 overs. Oh, no, 51, 19 overs before we have a cuppa, Edward. Why are you making them? Are you making them?
I'll try if you want one. I'd rather make some cake or grab some cake.
It's at lunch.
Govin in, bowls to Cole. Cole tucks it away and will get a run towards the end of the over, which he wanted because
A couple, I think.
he's going to get a couple. So I was going to say he can get take strike, but he got all trust in Kiran Carlson. That is the end of the over. And the situation here, 167 for 7, and the lead now is 34. What would Sussex do like to have 100 put in front of that?
Well,
So
yeah,
you've got to work at it.
yeah, and I just wondered today if Glamorgan come out to bat tonight, and that's just supposing, that they need 120 in 11 overs before, they might have a dip at that tonight.
No one have thought so.
Don't you?
Yeah.
I reckon they would.
I've said it.
I know.
You can't depend on. You could go tomorrow. This is a very quick drying ground, and you'd have a window of an hour or two.
I'm not sure there is tomorrow.
Well,
We'll see. You know better than I.
yeah, I just don't trust them anymore. One way or the other.
In comes Mason Crane in lovely sunshine over the wicket bowl, gives that plenty of air. Carlson tucks that round the corner and picks up a single. Good piece of fielding there by Andrew Gorvin. He's having a good day.
Yes, how is that a good day?
4 for 36. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every match of every county from now right through until the end of September. Sussex battling away, 168 for 7. They were 32 for 5. Crane is in bowls and Coles is solidly forward, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Mason Crane is in his 7th over, the leg spinner.
Take your point. Now, what Coles must be thinking, is stick or twist here? Do I try and get some runs? And
Yeah. I think at the moment he's still stick. I don't think he'll be running down the wicket anytime soon.
no.
He'll trust the lower order. Crane comes in and bowls. Coles forward. This is certainly because of Carlson making 39 in the first innings. Carvelos made runs. So he's not looking at sort of 9-10
He wins.
Jack thinking,
Jack Carlson.
yeah, he did win. You're right, he did. Crane in bowls. Forward comes Coles, plays into the offside. There is no run. I mean, Sussex with back-to-back games coming up, Edward. They've got Yorkshire next week, Middlesex the week after. I'm not sure how much T20 cricket Jack will play, but Sussex will be very keen for him to play in those two matches. So I wouldn't have thought they'd have sent him out there if he was a doubt for those games. Crane in bowls, Coles defends.
Sussex are following Glamorgan in as much. Glamorgan played Yorkshire last week, and they have Middlesex at the end of this week.
Yeah.
And you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, we're back. You're back here next week, aren't you?
Yeah, end of the week.
Yeah. Slip goes down. And comes Crane and bowls. And he's going to get runs here. Is James Coles. A rather fortuitous boundary. You probably heard the howl from Mason Crane. He was looking to play that through extra cover. Big, thick outside edge. Moral victory for the bowler in that the ball... the ball didn't go where James Coles intended, but in the scorebook it goes down as 4 runs, and Coles goes to 60, 172 for 7. The Sussex lead is 39, and there are 50 overs remaining in the day. Yeah, and after these 2 random matches, Edward will be at the end of May, and half the county championship season would have gone.
Very sad.
Half.
It's and I would think that rain has affected every game this season, in nearly every game this season.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex were affected against Northamptonshire and Leicestershire.
Think Glamorgan have been affected, Nick, in every game? I can think of...
Wasn't too much bad weather at Lord's first game.
No, that was the only one. But it rained everywhere else in the country.
Yeah, 7.5 days out of the first 8. So can't. The game here against Derbyshire wasn't hugely affected. I don't think we lost much.
What's that badge on Nick's cap?
No, it's just a sports brand.
Oh, right, okay. I thought it was something
Posh.
meaningful, yeah.
Govin is to bowl. And he will be bowling here at Carlson. In he comes to bowl, first ball, and it's turned away with a flick of the wrists up to mid-on where James Harris fields.
Doesn't look in obvious discomfort, does he?
No.
I think you're right. Maybe it's that sort of sharp movement if he does have to move quickly.
Jab in the back.
Yeah. Well, you never know.
And during that last over, Hamza was turning his arm over, and now
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
James Harris is turning his arm over. Might have a double change. Gorvin's had a good spell here as he bowls again, and Carlson comes forward. No sort of aggression at the moment from Carlson. He knows he has to stay here with his partner. As Carlson of Glamorgan.
I know Carlson, Coles.
And he's come over nearly on the cut strip on the onside on the drive as the next ball draws the backward batsman forward.
Oh, got a news bulletin.
Why do you think I'm lurking at the back?
You can't catch that Nick Webb out, you know.
No.
He's too smart for that. What's Kiran Carlson doing?
The Angel of the North. He's holding his hands out there.
Yeah, odd.
I've got the cue here, so I'll carry on as Gorfin comes and bowls. This ducks in. Bit of a reverse swing, one to suspect. Never asking.
It does feel close, doesn't it?
Yes, it is oppressive.
Sorry.
Never asking. One of the guest opening bowlers Glamorgan have had. You remember him, Steve Watkin. A couple of years ago. What is reverse swing in swinger? He's not far off, is it? It's supposed to be an outswing that comes in. So next ball is played off the back foot and takes the hand off his bat. Somebody goes out to deep mid wicket in case there's a double bluff or is a short delivery on the way. Gorvin, good spell, and his figures at the moment are 4 for 36 off 11. This is his 12th. Glorious sunshine now.
Yeah, it is.
Carlson surveys the scene as he waits. As in comes Gorvin, bowls to him. Appeal for LBW, he's given him. He's stepped across his stumps. A 5-4 for Andy Gorvin. Well bowled, young man. I don't think many people expected that, but that's another blow for Sussex. And I don't think we've quarrelled with any LBW decision in this innings, Adrian.
No, it looked pretty straight.
Carlson was LBW.
Oh, yeah, that's very out, isn't it? Yeah, you're not going to...
Update for BBC Radio Wales to come very shortly here on BBC Sport Online. Fingers crossed. So Coles, possibly Sussex's last hope to try and get any sort of lead and make a game of this. Sussex may be hoping for a helping hand from the weather, which Glamorgan have had for the last couple of weeks. Gorvin bowling very straight indeed, wicket to wicket. Skiddy action, not a lot of bounce, and getting the LBWs. So just Carvallis and Seals to aid Coles now.
The incoming batter for Sussex is R.A. Carvallis.
Glamorgan in sight of a potential first victory of the season. Sussex are 172 for 8 in their second innings. That's just 39 ahead. And we've just seen the seamer Andy Gorvin complete the first 5-wicket haul of his career. He's taken 3 since lunch. James Coles is 60 not out. He's Sussex's last hope. Finn Hudson-Prentice made 70, but Glamorgan well placed. Sussex just 39 runs ahead, with 2 wickets.
And he did it without a script. How clever. Adrian.
Oh, years of listening to you, Edward.
Well, we have got a bowling change, and it's
the big man is back.
Yeah, Mir Hamza is back. I'm not surprised. Glamorgan sensing that they could get this done tonight, and
Coles, I think, has got to attack now. Surely.
Yes, I wonder. I mean, Carvelos batted well in the first innings, didn't he? In comes Hamza, bowls to James Coles, who plays this firmly to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, Carvelos was not out in the first innings, but you know, I mean, there's still another 48 overs after this one. We can hear the local forecast, but the minute the weather is clear,
It's fine.
yeah. Hamza runs away from us, coming into bowl to James Coles. He's in and bowls, and Coles lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Cook. And there is no run. Well, sorry.
I think credit here is due to Sam North East. I think he's marshalled his troops very well in both innings.
I was just going to say, and I think earlier on in the match I was talking about Sam North East and said how well I saw him skipper for Kent a good few years ago out at Tunbridge Wells in a game that...
He's quiet and obtrusive.
Yeah, I thought his field placing was very good. I thought
thinker.
Yeah, and I thought in the first innings when, you know, Sussex were 96 for 2, weren't they? And he sort of bottled up the runs, and then Sussex lost a stack of wickets. Hamza in, bowls Coles right in behind that with that very solid defence. Played into the offside. No sign at the moment that James Coles has decided that he's to go on the attack. I think he'll trust Darry Carvelos. That's not to say he won't trust Jayden Seales, but I just wonder whether you reach a stage as the one remaining top order batter, whether you think, you know, a quick 40, 50, who knows? I mean, Sussex are really under the pump here. I mean, they're effectively, 39 for 8. So that's the reality of the situation.
The game will end tonight.
Yeah, with 48 overs to be bowled. So, you know, Sussex really up against it, no matter what he does. Hamza in, bowls, Coles plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. I think what you would say was that if he gets out, then, you know, you really would think that... Well, Glamorgan are odds on here anyway, but you know, getting it done tonight is what this is all about.
Will you go home tonight?
Yeah, I think let's see what time. I think
it's a good night to travel, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Is the M25 closed?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, up at from junction 9 to 10, it's shut.
Knowing your experience,
how horrible that is.
On the road, you'll find your way.
Yeah, there'll be a back way somewhere, Edward. I'm hoping that Sussex can keep this going. In comes Hamza, bowls, Coles right in behind it, plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no
possibly go down to Southampton, come up that way, cut across to the
possibly, yeah,
to Guildford.
Possibly, yeah. If I mean, they do a lot of motorway closures. That's the problem I find with T20 nights. I don't know if Nick's the same. You leave somewhere and
tired.
Yeah, tired, and you're leaving somewhere sort of 11 o'clock, and you get on the motorway. I remember coming up from Taunton a couple of years ago with the game finished, interviews.
M5 closed.
But about 11 o'clock, the A303 was shut, and the diversion route was just forever interminable. Hamza in and bowls, Coles lets it go outside the off stump, but not taken cleanly by Cook, which is a very rare occurrence in itself. End of the over, 172 for 8. I think they'll have to rip the ball out of Gorvin's hands here. 5 for 36. But it is a problem with T20 nights. You know, you can spend forever getting down the M4. In fact, I think the M4 is shut next weekend. Up around sort of Newbury. That's what I saw a sign on the way down. I think next weekend they said it's shut.
Well, we're here next weekend.
Right, but yeah.
And then I found even with home matches, you're quite late getting home, and I can't sleep. You know, your adrenaline.
Thinking about the game. Yeah.
Yeah, 2020 games.
Oh, 2020 games. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Harry
Mr. Gorvin.
Sussex could do with look at these partnerships: 22-7, 3-0-0, 118, 14-8. That's a bit like the
amazing.
The Glamorgan card, which looked a bit like that, with the exception of there was a 300 in the middle.
Here's Gorvin then. Comes up to bowl to the new batsman Carvelos, who defends and pushes it back down the pitch. Keeper standing up, a slip, and then the arc of 3, the usual arc of 3, saving a single, and. On the onside, a fine leg, a square leg, and then a man some 15 yards to his left at a straightish, well, you call him a mid-wicket, a straight mid-on, and then the orthodox mid-on. As Andy Gorvin, buoyed by the 5-wicket haul, comes in and bowls to Carvelos. Carvelos is forward. And he's not going to take any chances either.
Potentially a lot of draws in the first division. I mean, a lot of games that could just drift in tomorrow. I mean, Hampshire 503, Durham 311 for 5. I mean, bear in mind we're halfway through the third day. Kent 214 for 5 in reply to Gloucestershire's 618. Nottinghamshire 464 for 9 in reply to Lancashire's 331.
Good pitches about.
Well, yeah.
Gorvin bowls. Carbelis is forward.
The only game that looks like there could be a result is at the Oval. Warwickshire 85 for 2, still trailing Surrey by 36.
Interestingly enough, of the 8 wickets that have fallen here, 5 have been legged before.
Yeah, they have. And
3 of them to Gorvin.
Yeah, and I don't think there'll be howls of protest from Sussex. I think they've, from what we can see, they've all looked reasonable decisions.
In comes Gorvin bowls, and that's tucked away the corner. Nice looking shot there by Carvelis. He'll come back for a second, and they'll possibly think for a third. And Coles eventually has a look, and he decides, no, I won't. I mean, so he's on his way.
It might well be when we do interviews. They say actually there were dreadful decisions, but I think our feeling from here was that they've all seemed pretty decent shouts, and some good shouts have been
there was
turned
one
down.
Where was it? In the Glamorgan innings, it was Colin Ingram, which we both agreed on was a bit doubtful, where he was LBW. Carbelis, a couple of runs to start then. Another man goes down on the boundary on the leg side, as in comes Gorvin and bowls. And, this is driven past mid-on. It's a nice shot, and he's coming up to the boundary. Won't get there. They'll take another 2. And the score moves on to 176 for 8, and the lead moved on to 43.
Well, he batted nicely first time around, Eric Carvelis.
Didn't get out and didn't miss anything, and composed. Glamorgan will feel, right, we'll just go on as we are. Here's Gorvin into Carvelis again, bows to him, and hit him on the pile as he tries to flick it around the corner. End of the over, and it's 176 for 8. Cole's still there, playing a very good innings for his team, and he is not out 60. Carvelis is not out 4. Hamza will continue. Looking at the sky, there's no threat of rain here.
Well, not at the moment. I'm just looking out. So where would it be coming from, Edward? To our left?
Behind.
Yeah.
A lot of it skirts down there.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Often you hear it's raining in Newport or Bristol. It's nothing here.
Right. So we're looking to our left. Is that's
from the southwest?
That's west, is it? Right. Okay.
Well, that is east really, but it's coming, if you know what I mean,
right,
from behind us. Not being a geography man, but that's the basic explanation.
Hamza round the wicket, in and bowls. Coles is forward, played to the offside. There is no run. Mia Hamza will be quite keen to have a crack at the new batter. Is Eric Carvelis?
Yes.
Not that, just because he's the new player. I don't mean that in anything derisory at all. But you always want to get. If he is the strike bowler, isn't he? 3 for 32. 7 wickets in the match.
Would love to get a 5 for.
Yes, he would. Andy Gorvin with 6 wickets in the match. Here comes Hamza around the wicket. Bowls. Oh, Coles would have just thought for a moment they'd have breached James Cole's defensive, but placed it onto the onside. He's faced 117 balls, James Coles. Not that that matters a jot. Sussex will just be glad that he's there. And all the time he's there, Sussex could just keep picking up the runs. There's another, still 40, we've still got half a day's cricket to go here.
Yeah.
Sussex are 43 for 8, effectively. I think your turn, Edward. I can't think who...
Yeah, I think it's Mr. Bevan's turn for some sunshine.
Hamza around the wicket. Bowls, ducks, does. Coles through to Cook, and there is no run.
Yeah, I'm still on. Working next door on a right end, I heard yes, and I thought it was a wicket gone. And if you listen to Hamza, every ball is yeah.
Yes, it is.
It's a grunt, certainly.
Yeah, he does grunt.
If you'll notice, there are ground staff gathering and there's a possibility of a thunderstorm in the area. They are readying themselves.
Yeah, I just thought to our left maybe. It just, yeah. Well, it's Hamza around the wicket in bowls. Coles is forward onto the onside, no run.
So, as well as one man by the hover cover, there are 4 or 5 now getting the sheeting out in front of the grandstand away to our right, so that there's no damage to the squares.
Yes, because the threat is if it does, these showers could be short but potentially very sharp.
Indeed.
Hamza waits. That wouldn't have got unnoticed by the Glamorgan lads, I'm sure. And the Sussex players. In comes Hamza bowls. Coles defends stoutly down the onside of the track. There is no run.
Well, it's even more of a reason just to hang on and make sure these two have their wickets intact.
The ground staff are running now.
Yeah.
So perhaps this thunderstorm isn't far away.
The radar has suggested it's could be just a matter of minutes.
Right. Well, they're certainly running. They've run to the big cover at the far. Is that the hover cover down there?
It's the hover cover down the far end.
A big test match ground. They'll be well drilled and getting these covers on quickly. In comes Hamza. Well, he very nearly got through James Cole's defences. There is no run. I can see James Harris is going to come into the attack, and Sam North East has clearly thought here. Right, I need to get my strike bowlers on. We need to get this. We need to get this done.
Well, if we do get a thunderstorm, that may take a significant chunk out of today. If not, wipe it off. We might squeeze on tomorrow morning for a couple of hours, if lucky. So Glamorgan really want to try and wrap this match up very quickly indeed, if they possibly can.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they'd be striving to do that anyway, but the umpires consulting. And of course, last week at Headingley, we came off because of lightning in the area.
And then it hosed down, didn't it?
It did hose down as well, but actually the umpires had called the play off because of lightning and bad light by the time it actually rained. Then it saved Glamorgan. Could it now foil them, the vicissitudes of the weather?
Well, certainly the weather forecast I saw for tomorrow hinted that we may not get any play at all tomorrow. It does look pretty desperate.
In comes Harris then from this Cathedral Road end, and bowls, and Carvelis blocks it on the offside, and there's no run.
And what you want to see is the best team win a match. It's a shame either way if rain does intervene, but it will be particularly tough. They're moving the advertising hoardings now at the far end of the ground as well. Getting ready to bring that hover cover on.
Yes, you need to get a couple of the sponsors' adverts out of the way. Title sponsors Vitality. As Harris into bowl, outside off stump, low down. Carvelis plays no shot. Andy Gorvin, the hero of the day for Glamorgan, with a 5-wicket haul after Mir Hamza's took the first 3 to fall. Gorvin has taken all those since. Previous best first-class figures were 3 for 88 up at Durham last year. Now he's got 5 for 40 next to his name. Harris bowls short, pulled away through mid-wicket, not timed, it'll plug, it won't go to the boundary, but Carvelis will pick up at least a couple of runs. Carlson has picked it up, and they decide not to risk a third, even though the throw was slightly wide of Harris. It was on its way quickly enough to deter them. Carvelis moves to 6, 178 for 8, the lead is 45.
I presume this storm is sort of coming over from behind us, is it, Nick? Because ahead of us it looks okay.
Yes, the Welsh weather usually comes from the south or southwest, so we don't often see it coming. As Harris bowls and Carvelis defends on the offside, and there is no run. So blue skies certainly to the east, looking towards the city centre and towards Newport, but the weather rarely comes from that direction. And if it is, it's probably too cold to play if it's an easterly wind. Glamorgan under pressure to get things done. as that's turned away on the leg sides. And they'll get 4 runs here as Carvallis beats the mid-wicket fielder. Runs away for 4. Carvallis into double figures on 10 not out.
Well, the ground staff are absolutely poised, aren't they? I mean, they've got the sheet ready to come on at a moment's notice here.
Well, Glamorgan in winning position. They want to get on as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they will. Absolutely, they will.
I'm not at all suggesting that if Sussex were in this opposite position, they'd wouldn't be racing on. Short ball pulled towards mid-wicket, through mid-wicket, 4 more. Carvallis moves to 14. Despairing dive by the infielder there at mid-wicket.
Umpires are having a natter here. I wonder if they... I mean, the light's fine.
Yes, we can't use the floodlights, but the light is fine. They may possibly look to get them off as a precautionary measure, maybe.
Why do they not use floodlights? Look, now, umpire Watts is going to have a chat away to the head groundsman here, and this could all be about how far away is this thunderstorm. Yeah, look, he's pointing over towards the city of Cardiff.
Yes. So it could be that they'll go off as a precaution here. There's a rumble of thunder, is there? Oh no, it's the rumble of the tractor.
I think we're going off.
We are going off as a precautionary measure here at Sapphire Gardens before the rain arrives, so they must be pretty certain that it is here within minutes.
Chris Cook, they're just asking umpire Watts and saying, well, come on, what's going on? Got to feel a bit here for Glamorgan because it isn't raining.
But this could, I suppose, be to their long-term advantage if Glamorgan are able to get a bit more play in tonight to try and get this game wrapped up. Sussex will be delighted to get off to the dressing room. Coles is 60 not out. Carvallis is on 14 not out. Sussex 186 for 8. As the hover cover comes on, I presume they will take an early tea, you would have thought, since it's now 3:20. But it is a question of minimising the damage. From the look of it, they must be absolutely certain that it's going to rain because the hover covers are now on.
And they're pegging out, I see on the outfield here, Nick, is over those sort of practice wickets.
Yeah, that's one of the areas that has the most damage, I guess, away to our right where the nets are. And already they're bringing out the hoses from the side of the main hover cover. No doubt the sheets will be rolled out fairly soon, you would have thought. Sam Northeast is in conversation with the umpires. Now he's wandering off, and it's going to be a suspension of play, and because of the threat of a thunderstorm, we will assume that it's going to be the tea interval as well. And Sussex are 186 for 8, 53 runs in the lead. Coles 60, Carvallis 14, and we'll give the commentary a pause there, I think, for the time being, because it's unlikely we'll get any play, at least in the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so. And so Glamorgan frustrated by the weather, and we will be back as soon as there is any further development here at Sapphire Gardens. But Sussex 53 ahead with 8 wickets down.
Is now being taken.
Confirmation that this is now the tea interval, so if play does restart in 20 minutes, we'll be here. In fact, we'll tell you what's happened on the stream anyway. But it's early tea being taken at Sapphire Gardens.
Here are the tea time scores, or the latest scores, in the other games taking place elsewhere around the country in the Vitality County Championship. At the Utilita Bowl, Durham are 325 for 5, still trailing Hampshire by 178 runs. At Northampton, Northamptonshire are 31 without loss, requiring a further 527 runs to beat Gloucestershire. That's after Gloucestershire declared in their second innings on 319 for 5, with Cameron Bancroft making a century. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are 481 for 9, leading Lancashire by 150 runs. Hassim Hamid has made an unbeaten double century. At the Kia Oval, Warwickshire are 93 for 4, still trailing Surrey by 28 runs. And at the Spitfire St Lawrence, Kent are 222 for 5, still 396 runs in arrears against Worcestershire. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens during the course of the coming months. That includes the internationals on the 28th of May when England meet Pakistan, as well as on the 13th of September when England play when England play Australia. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all games here this summer at Sapphire Gardens, including those in the Vitality T20 glass as well as the 100. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, they're available free of charge from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. You can also purchase a copy of the 2024 Glamorgan Yearbook, as well as Chris Cook's testimonial brochure from reception. The Glamorgan Club shop is open until the close of play this evening. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and it's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Regarding refreshments, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines in the indoor school. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is still open. It'll be closing at the end of the tea interval, and it's on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre with a range of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales.
Well, the latest news here from Sapphire Gardens is that we won't get a timely resumption after the early tea, and there must be question marks as to whether we'll get any resumption at all today, because it is raining heavily at the moment. There is thunder in the vicinity. Sussex are 186 for 8, 53 runs ahead of Glamorgan with just 2 wickets standing. The umpires took the players off around about 20 past 3 because of the risk of this storm, which was on the radar. A few minutes later, the heavens did indeed open, so it is going to be a longer delay in play. The weather behind us to the west is looking pretty murky at the moment. The rain is coming down pretty steadily, and therefore there's not going to be any play in the immediate future here at Sapphire Gardens. Whether Glamorgan do manage to get back on either tonight or tomorrow morning and try and enforce victory, we will wait to see. But as you can hear, we are at the centre of a storm at the moment. Sussex 186 for 8, rain stop play. A thunderstorm is holding up Glamorgan's progress, with Sussex 186 for 8 in their second innings, just 53 runs ahead. The home side desperate for a restart either tonight or tomorrow. Medium pacer Andy Gorvin's taken a career-best 5-wicket haul to add to Mir Hamza's opening 3 wickets, but Finn Hudson-Prentice 70 and James Cole's 60 not out defied Glamorgan long enough. Sussex 186 for 8. Thunder, rain and lightning stop play.
Yeah. It depends if we get back out, to be honest. If we'd have had a full day's play, I would have definitely been coming to Brighton tonight. Hello, hiya. Hiya. Who's on the phone? Did Henry not want to be on the phone with me? Ah. Oh, perfect. Where are you leaving? From Essex. Oh, where are you going?
With the thunderstorms and lightning, etc., having disappeared, the news from the middle is that the umpires will make a further inspection at 4:40. So a further inspection at 20 to 5.
So the latest from Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online is that we will have a 5:10 resumption with 29 overs possibly remaining this evening if the light holds. Sussex 186 for 8. 53 runs ahead of Glamorgan. Play due to resume at 10 past 5. Sussex 186 for 8 and play about to resume at 5:10 after an hour and a half delay because of a thunderstorm passing through the Welsh capital. Glamorgan desperate to get on with it and try and enforce a win tonight with bad weather forecast for tomorrow. Andy Gorvin's taken 5 wickets in a career best performance to give Glamorgan a strong victory chance, but they want to do it tonight if at all possible. Sussex 186 for 8, lead by 53. Well, very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where play is about to resume after what effectively was about a 90-minute delay. But we only appear to have lost 16 overs because you can add those on to the end of the day. So heaven knows what time we might potentially end this evening if the light persists. And at the moment, the sun is out and it's as bright as it's been throughout the day. The match position, Sussex 186 for 8. It's a lead of 53 with 2 second innings wickets remaining.
James Coles and R.A. Carvelis.
Coles is on 60 not out, Carvelis is on 14 not out, and with bad weather forecast for tomorrow, Glamorgan will be keen, if at all possible, to press home their advantage and wrap up this match tonight. Conversely, Sussex, if these two can resist for an hour and a half, take the match into the final day and potentially benefit from bad weather tomorrow. I'm Nick Webb. Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex is alongside me.
Well, first of all, Nick, you have to say a massive well done to the ground staff who could see this rain was coming. They got the covers on. I think a few people were querying, well, why have we gone off? Well, we got off because the guys knew the rain was coming, and I thought they did a magnificent job. They really did, and worked. You know, it was a well-drilled machine, wasn't it? That was very, very good indeed.
As umpire Watts realises he's in the wrong place, or staring into the sun, or blocked by short leg, or both of those.
Yeah.
Because he's trotting off to point to do his umpiring from. Mir Hamza is keen to get going, understandably, and James Coles is keen to fiddle around as long as possible. Here comes Hamza now. 2 slips and a short leg, and Coles defends that one. The ball is trickling very gently up to a very deep mid-off, and there was actually a single there, but they didn't quite realise it.
I wonder whether, I mean, clearly if these two bat through the rest of the day, we'll be back tomorrow, weather permitting, but I wonder whether we get to an equation here, Nick, where, what's the lead now? 53, a lead of 110 overs remaining, whether we see sort of Glamorgan having a real thrash later. It could happen.
Yeah, 110 might be a bit much. 115 overs might be attemptable, worth going for. Hamza is in. Ball's outside off stump as a wide one, and Coles for some reason chased after it, and Cook got a glove to it, and Ingram I think was helping mop it up, and that was extraordinary really. Ingram was actually trying to get out of the way, and Cook managed to block it on the second bounce, but that swung wildly, mostly after it had passed the wicket.
James Coles has played such a controlled innings. It was just completely out of kilter with the rest of his innings. It was a wild.
The ball swung wildly, and so did the batter.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a very un-James Coles-like shot.
Byram has now retreated from short leg.
Yeah.
Maybe put off by Coles' attempted violence. He's gone to mid-wicket. Hamza is in to bowl, and Coles will take a single here up to deep mid-on. Now that looked like a theory from Glamorgan, because mid-on and mid-off were halfway back to the boundary, and I suspect that's because they want to have a crack at Carvelis.
You would think so, yeah.
Even though he batted well in the first innings, and he's 14 not out, struck a couple of positive blows in this innings. So the field changes, even though there are 2 right-hand batters. 187 for 8, Sussex leading by 54 runs. And Gorvin is now going into leg slip.
Interesting.
It's a position I've seen a bit more of this season than previously, as well as more men on the drive. Hamza, left arm, medium fast, over the wicket. Bowls, and the batsman just lets that hit him, does Harry Carvelis.
Weird, wasn't it? Hit his backside, I think.
Lobbed up to Chris Cook, but there was no appeal. Shoulder, the replay shows.
Okay.
Well, he's a tough man, because that didn't appear to be on an area of padding.
No.
He's only wearing a short sleeve shirt, is Harry Carvelis. And a test bowler, well, I think I'd have tried to get out of the way. As Hamza bowls, outside off stump through to Cook, no shot played.
If Glamorgan were to win this game, they would go to 60. I mean, they're currently 6th, but they would go to 68 points. That's right, so they get 20... no, they don't. No,
23,
sorry.
It.
So they get 60, they would go to 67 points. Sussex would only come out of the game with 4. So it shows how the gap would narrow. At the start of play, there was 30 points between the teams.
Yeah, well, so few wins around. Sussex have done well to win 2 out of 4.
Glamorgan would leap up the table.
Good heavens. Hamza in bowls, Carvelis pulls, and will get runs down to fine leg, where Kiran Carlson is the fielder. I suspect that Carlson has bruised something, otherwise he'd be more in the front line. As it is, he's fielding down at fine leg. They've taken another single. 188 for 8, 55 ahead.
But it would certainly concertina the table, and if Gloucestershire were to beat Northamptonshire, which they might do tomorrow, we'll see. You could have a situation where there's... Well, Derbyshire would look slightly marooned at the bottom, but it's close, and one win, it just goes to show how it can move you up the table.
Mason Crane to bowl his leg spin. It seems strange that effectively a 90-minute delay has only lost us 16 overs, because we can, of course, add them on the end of the scheduled day. As to whether we could add an extra half hour on top of that, well, we'll see if we get close to that situation.
Yeah. It was a question I was asked as I walked around the ground, whether that could happen. I don't know. I mean, my understanding is if the umpires feel a result is possible, then the skipper can ask for the extra half hour. Certainly, if Glamorgan are within sight of victory, I mean, a lot depends whether Glamorgan take these 2 wickets. Lead is 55, 28 overs remaining in the day. Mason Crane comes in and bowls, and defended by Carvelis to mid-wicket, fielded there by... Is that Byron? No. Needs to turn around so I can see his number. He's not going to do that, is he? Oh, it's Mir Hamza, sorry. Crane in again. Oh, that turn, is he caught behind? He's given out! And Carvelis is gone. Mason Crane does the trick. Carvelis is done for 15 and is going to take a heroic effort if Sussex are going to see this through to the end of the day. 188 for 9. Carvelis gone for 15. Crane picks up a wicket. I suspect that may have turned a little bit. The lead is just 55.
Was caught by Chris Cook from the bowling of Mason.
Good bit of bowling.
For 50.
Well, he does tend to turn most things, Mason Crane. And the finest of feathers from somewhere through to Chris Cook. They all went up straight away and obviously hit something on the way through. The umpire decided that it was the bat.
Is that Crane's first wicket of the match?
No, he took 1 in the first innings.
He did, 1 for 32. I do apologise.
Got rid of Jack Carson.
Good bit of bowling. Oh, it turned, didn't it?
But undoubtedly hit something on the way through.
That's a very good bit of bowling. So, the camera is showing the Sussex balcony, and it can see the figure of Jaden Seals, who's coming down the pavilion steps, the tall West Indian. Well, who would have foreseen this, really, Nick? We've said before, it's how much we all love 4-day cricket. You know, when he was bowling yesterday and Glamorgan were 41 for 4, you wouldn't have thought that, you know, the next day we'd be here with Sussex leading by 55, and in all likelihood, unless there's some heroics here from this last wicket stand, going to lose this game.
Where does Seals go? Do you think he will attempt to lay about him and get the lead up quickly, or do you think he'll try and block? No blocking.
Yeah, I don't see the point in blocking. Well, I suppose the point of... I was thinking about the game last year, actually, where Henry Shipley and Ollie Carter held out for, I think, 20 overs.
Yeah, they did.
And Sussex drew. So if Sussex could hang on tonight, and then, from their point of view, hope it tips down tomorrow, that might be one thought. But it's a lot of overs from... I mean, you know, if they could get through the next 17 overs and they fiddle their way up to sort of a lead of 90, I just wonder... it's difficult to decide. Crane comes in and bowls to Seals. Well, clearly Seals has decided, and he's going to get caught off the first ball. Yes, he is caught. Jaden Seals looking to belt the ball down the ground. Big, thick, outside edge. The ball went miles up in the air. and he's caught at backward point. That was a good catch because it was in the sun. So there we are. I think if the weather remains as it is, Glamorgan are going to win this game. James Coles wanders off. He's 61 not out. He's done his bit. Jaden Sills had clearly made up his mind that it was going to go, and that was a good catch actually.
Yeah, Hamza was making gestures as to the sun, which was in the wrong place there. I think he lost it for a moment, had to backtrack, and
good catch.
Just about held on while falling to the ground, managed to keep his hand scooped underneath the ball so it didn't hit the turf. So poor old James Coles is stranded on 61 not out, and Glamorgan have a victory opportunity and have been very efficient today to dismiss Sussex within 50 overs, 49.3 overs, and that's quite something.
No, very good indeed. And we did wonder this morning the way that Colin Ingram spoke last night was that he felt there was a bit in this pitch, it was gripping, and he felt the new ball would be really important. That's exactly what Glamorgan did. They reduced Sussex to 32 for 5, and despite that excellent innings from Finn Hudson-Prentice and the partnership of 115 with James Coles, Sussex were up against it from then on. Even a thunderstorm doesn't look like it's going to save Sussex, and provided the weather stays away, I think we're going to see Glamorgan to a comfortable victory.
In just a moment.
Yeah, that seems the likelihood. We'll lose a couple of overs for the changeover of innings, so Glamorgan have got 25 overs to make 56 runs for victory. We'll listen to the bowling figures, and Adrian and I will return with commentary at 5:28 or thereabouts.
And 2 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Mayor Hamza 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 34. James Harris 12 overs, no maidens, 0 for 75. Andy Gorgon 13 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 40. Mason Crane 7.3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21. Zainul Hassan 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7. And Kiran Carlson bowled 1 over for 7 runs. There are 25 overs remaining in the day's quota. Glamorgan's target 56. to open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, Billy Root and Eddie Byram. And to open the bowling for Sussex at the Cathedral Road end, Jaden Seals.
So here we go with the evening action from sunny Sophia Gardens, with Glamorgan needing just 56 to win, and Sussex needing a cricketing miracle if they're to prevent them from doing so. Jaden Seals, who was really impressive in the first innings, taking 5 for 101. He will rage against the seemingly inevitable. I'm sure he'll give Glamorgan's opening batters a few nasty moments along the way. Here comes Seals then to bowl to Eddie Byram. Glamorgan sticking with their established opening pair, and Seals is in and bowls outside off stump, and Byram allows it to go through. We were speculating earlier about whether Glamorgan would need a demanding run rate this evening, where they might need to throw the bat and change the batting order, but needing to score just over 2 and over, such changes are not necessary. Nick Webb and Adrian Harms with you here on BBC Sport Online, as in comes Seals and bowls to Byram, who defends that one to mid-off, and there's no run. That rain break didn't really do Sussex much good, because it seemed to interrupt the concentration a little bit.
Strange, wasn't it? Because James Coles played, he batted beautifully, but I mean, he played a very un-James Coles-like shot off the second ball after the resumption. I mean, you felt Sussex were on a hiding to nothing, but if they could have battled through 10-15 overs, they may have dragged the game into tomorrow. But all credit to Glamorgan, they've really hauled themselves back into the match.
Seals bowls and Byram blocks it up to and there's no run.
And when you consider, you look back at the game, 41 for 4 yesterday, around about midday, you just wouldn't have foreseen a situation like this coming. And Colin Ingram and Kiran Carlson, I mean, if you had to name a man of the match, I guess you'd say Colin Ingram, because that was a fabulous innings that set things up.
Yes, Ingram was the more aggressive, although obviously Carlson was pretty hard hitting at times, as Byram gets the Glamorgan account underway, turning Seals down towards square leg. Fine leg runs round the boundary, and Byram is up and running with 2:54 to win. So you could forgive Sussex heads for being down, really. I'm sure they'll give of their best in whatever play ensues now, but had they held on an hour or so longer, there might have been a lot more to it.
Yeah.
Seals in to bowl to Byram, who runs that one down into the gully. They go through for a quick single. There's an appeal. Root, though, is home. The ball is run away, and there will be overthrows as well. So that is 5 to the Glamorgan total. The ball cannoning off the stumps. Root was in, and one of cricket's more unfair laws. Root called it straight away. He was running to the danger end, got his bat home. It was a good call from the umpire. The ball struck the middle stump. Beautiful piece of fielding from the Sussex gully man.
Yeah, James Coles again.
Appealed, but saw the ball racing away to the boundary.
He was comfortably home, wasn't he, really?
Not sure if comfortable is the right word.
Well, he was clearly in, perhaps I should say.
Seals bowls, outside off stump. Root plays no shot. So end the over, 7 without loss. 24 overs remain, 49 to win.
Yeah. They're just showing that run out again. I mean, Root.
To open the bowling at the river end.
Yeah, he was in.
He was in, maybe not comfortably. Maybe as the wrong word to use. But good bit of fielding by James Coles. So Harry Cavalis is going to get things underway from the River Taff end. The weather looks as if it's set fair. The ground staff have gone. You made a great call with that, Nick, with the ground staff. And in fair play, I mean, they clearly knew the rain was coming. I was really impressed with the way, how quickly they got the covers on. I mean, they were running around getting the covers on. And how quickly they got it all cleared up as well. So, very good indeed by the ground staff here in Cardiff. Ari Cavalos is going to get things underway from the River Taff End. 7 without loss, 49 needed to win as in comes Carvalos. Bowls, oh, that was in the air by Eddie Byram. Had there been an orthodox mid wicket, it would have looped up towards him, but it didn't. And Byram goes to 8, Glamorgan to 8 without loss. They've been pretty much uninterrupted around the rest of the country today in the county championship. Northamptonshire 116 for 1, needing another 442 to beat Gloucestershire. That will probably break all sorts of records if they were to do that. Cavalos into bowl to Root, who clips this away, and that's going to be 4 runs. And Glamorgan aren't hanging around it. Slightly overpitched by Ari Cavalos, and Billy Root just clipped that one away over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Glamorgan go to 12 without loss. Nice looking shot. Being up to date with the scores in the First Division. Potentially lots of draws around the country. Durham 394 for 8 at the Aegea, still trailing Hampshire by 109. Kent 305 for 6 at Canterbury, still trailing Worcester by 313. In fact, it looks like it could be a result at Trent Bridge. Lancashire haven't had a great start to the season, in trouble again. Cavalos is coming around the wicket, in and bowls to Root, who places firmly to mid-on. There is no run, fielded there by Jack Carlson, who's on the field, which is good news for Sussex. Lancashire 45 for 4 in their second innings, still trailing by 127. Wells, Jennings, Bahadur and Bell all out. So Lancashire's poor start looks like it's set to continue. And looks like there could be a result at the Oval, but probably not until tomorrow. Cavalos in bowls. Oh, Root. Well, Root really tried to throw the kitchen sink at that outside the off stump, and the ball just dribbled away on the leg side off an inside edge. And there is no one. Warwickshire 175 for 5. Ed Barnard, the latest man out for 44. Sam Hain holding things together. He's on 32, but Warwickshire leads by 59 with 5 wickets remaining. And I think the bad weather forecast for this part of the world tomorrow is not meant to arrive in the London area till much later on. Cavalos in and bowls, and Root defends to mid-on, fielded there by Carson, who comes trotting in. That's good news for Sussex to see Jack Carlson back on the field. He was sorely missed yesterday.
He was sore, that was the problem.
Yes, he was. So Sussex, you'd hope if he's on the field now, then he's going to be okay to play. Sorry, distracted by a message. In comes Cavalos, bowls, Root defends back down the track. And there is no run, end of the over, 12 without loss. Byram on 8, Root is on 4. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Sport Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. If you just joined us today and wonder what on earth's going on, well, Sussex bowled out for 188 in their second innings, at one stage 32 for 5, with Mir Hamza wreaking all sorts of havoc. A partnership of 115 between James Coles and Finn Hudson-Prentice threatened to drag Sussex back into the match, but a terrific spell of bowling by Andrew Gorvin, who took 5 for 40, and then 2 wickets for Mason Crane after a rain break, means that Glamorgan just need another 44 runs to win this match. Right, 44?
Yes. Seals right arm fast around the wicket, and run away by Byram down towards the third man boundary, and another boundary it is on the Glamorgan score. 16 without loss. They're not hanging around. Ball being polished and sent back to Seals, who's in now. 3 slips. Quite a few on the boundary, and Byram slapped another one away to the third man boundary for 4 more. Well, Glamorgan keen to celebrate, obviously, and get the party started to end a run of 13 matches without a win, only one of which was actually lost. And Byram playing his shots, moving on to 16 not out. Although he was gifted an extra 4 by a Sussex overthrow, the ball cannoning off the stumps and racing away to the boundary, rather unfortunately for James Coles. Seals in to bowl on the leg stump. Byram's hit that away down towards backward square. Ball bouncing to the boundary fielder. I thought for a moment he might have holed out, but he takes another single. 21 without loss. Byram has 17 and Root has 4.
Well, they're hastening along here, these two, aren't they? Sussex on a hiding to nothing here.
Yes, they'll be professional about it, I'm sure, Sussex,
of course.
But nothing much they can do at the moment. As Seals bowls and Root defends out on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah.
21 without loss.
I'm sure Sussex will dissect why they've lost. When you think at one stage, I mean, you think about the first innings when they were 96 for 2, then 140 for 7. That was a collapse that didn't help.
As that's angled away by Root down towards third man. There is a third man now, and they'll just go through for the single. Root to 5. 22 without loss in this evening sunshine here at Savire Gardens, and certainly for those few spectators who have hung around when it looked as though there wasn't going to be any more play today. You wouldn't blame for people for going home, because we had thunder, lightning and heavy rain for about half an hour or so, but it's all dried up remarkably quickly. Seals is in, and that one again is run down into the point area this time, and he's timed that one really sweetly. Eddie Byram just looked like a firm defensive push for a single, but it's raced away to the boundary. Byram moves to 21. Root has 5, and Glamorgan need 30 to win. Yeah, on BBC Sport Online. A couple of overs for Edward while I do a little bit of writing, and hopefully I'll be back for the
for the finale.
The final finale of this.
Yeah, totally. Interesting with the overthrow that the umpire only signalled 4 and not 5. But the batters did switch ends, so
They completed the run, didn't they?
yes, they did. Yeah, thank you for that, Graham. Here comes Carvelas running around the wicket, in and bowls. Short pulled away by Root, and Glamorgan are not hanging around here. That's belted away for 4 runs. They're already on to 30. Billy Root on to 9. And this is all going to be over really rather quickly, Edward.
Get you on the motorway quickly.
Well, yeah, we'll have interviews to do at the end and the rest, but...
Good time to leave.
Well, yes, I don't know what the Sussex lads will do. I would maybe they'll stay down in Cardiff tonight, I don't know, but it's been a disappointing day for Sussex. Haven't been too many disappointing... Well, there haven't been any disappointing days this season. It happens, doesn't it? But I think you just have to give a lot of credit to Glamorgan.
Yes, because Sussex have been firm favourites to get the better of this game. And when you look at the side on paper, they always say don't play the game on paper. You would have said Sussex, yes. But well done to Glamorgan.
Carvelas in bowls. Well, there we go. Well, when it's going your way, it's going your way. Billy Root was looking to turn that one onto the leg side. He could pick a thick outside edge, and the ball ran down to third man and picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 11th, 32 without loss, another 24 needed to win.
Run rate 9.6.
Yeah, well, they're not hanging around, are they?
You often see this when you chase a small total, they get after it. And
Yeah.
I don't think Seals will bother to bowl again. There'll be a lot of work left for him next week.
Yes, indeed. Carvallis round the wicket bowls. That's down the leg side. Good take by Simpson, sprawling away to his right. There is no run. We disappointed John Simpson. He unfortunately picked up a pair in the match.
It happens.
It does happen, and Sussex is more experienced players. Danny Lamb's had a very good start to the season, but he missed out with the bat. He only made 5 and a duck. So, no, look, Leicestershire, they both made 100. So that's the way it goes, doesn't it? Ebbs and flows. Some you win and...
Player of the match. Come on, you're to choose it. What would you say? Have a think.
Yeah. Carvallis in and bowls, and Root clips this one to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 12, the total of 33 with that loss. Well, for me, it would be Colin Ingram. I think he changed the game yesterday when Seals was bowling at the speed of light, and I thought they came through that patch, and then I thought he batted beauty. He took the game to Sussex, and I think that was the innings that changed the game. Some other very good contenders. I think Mir Hamza's bowled very well. Kiran Carlson, of course, with that good 100.
Corvin, I thought, was very close to being it.
Interesting. In comes Carvallis, bowls. Oh, and he's out.
He's out, caught behind.
Caught behind. So Harry Carvallis picks up a wicket. Going for a one wide outside the off stump. Little nick through to the keeper. And Harry Carvallis gets a wicket. No real celebrations from the Sussex lads. No. And that was all rather surprising, wasn't it? 33 for 1. Billy Root will be disappointed.
Byron.
Oh, it's Byron, I'm sorry. You expect he'd like to be there at the end, don't you?
Yeah, of course I do.
But he's gone.
For 21.
Caught by John Simpson.
Give the innings the impetus at the start.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a good point about Gorvin, but I just thought Ingram changed the match yesterday.
I wouldn't disagree, but
it was a good effort. No?
Well, Gorvin got Pujar out. He got Hudson Prentice out. 12. Well, he's got 5 wickets in all, but those 2 wickets I thought went a long way. But no, I think I would agree with in the end, because at 41 for 4, and he immediately came in, didn't he, Colin Ingram, and counter-attacked.
He did. And
took that score, and he was in control. Took the game away from Sussex. And Sam Northeast walking down the steps, he'll be a very happy man. And vindicated by his decision on Friday morning to insert.
That's a very good point. There were a few raised eyebrows around Cardiff when he did that.
Yeah. A couple of them in this broadcasting box.
Jack Carstey's just warming up. I don't know whether Jack's... they can even cut him over to see how his back is. But he's out there limbering. I mean, he looks fine, doesn't he?
He might as well.
They missed him yesterday. I mean, Sussex...
I think he'd have close and end on this pitch.
Well, yeah, and Paul Farbrace isn't the sort of coach to make excuses, and I'm sure he won't. But I mean, when you're missing your off spinner in a game, that's a big miss. But these things happen, and you need to counter those issues when they come.
Sam Northeast then takes guard, and Glamorgan will need just 23 runs to win their first game of the season, and a rich haul of 23 points. In comes Carvallis. Sorry to
that's all right. I wasn't sure.
Thunder.
That's all right. I wasn't sure if it was you or me. Played into the offside by Northeast. It is the end of the over. So 33 for 1. Northeast yet to score. Billy Root is on 12. Eddie Byron, the man out, caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Harry Carvallis for 21. If I forget to say it, thank you to everybody for all your interaction throughout the match, your emails and your tweets. It's always good fun down here in Cardiff, and always great fun as well with you, Nick, and with Edward. And thanks to the guys on the stream, because the stream has had no end of praise this week.
Yes.
It's been excellent. So well done, lads.
Danny Lamb is going to have a bowl, and Seals is going to have a rest before he travels up to Headingley.
Yeah, I will get off commentary before... No, we're at Hove next week.
Oh, you're down at Hove?
Yeah.
Down by the sea. Here's Danny Lamb then. He's going to bowl to Billy Root. He's not out 12, and he comes, bowls the first ball, Root goes and hammers that away, but it's fielded in the covers. We've seen a lot of hammering into the covers at this game and the previous game, and not timed. Will tell you of the slowness of the pitch. I'm just saying to Nick when you were out a few moments ago that I think that Glamorgan's plan this year, and I'll just break off, was Danny Lamb, medium pace, is running away from us and bowls to Root. Looks to drive big, but again it just trickles to mid-on. I think they'll play, if they can get it, this sort of pitch. They haven't got a great seam attack apart from Hamza. Get their medium paces bowling on it, make it difficult. The batsman will learn how to bat on it, i.e. the home batsman, and then take it from there. Danny Lamb in, bowls, Root drives up to Seals for at mid-off. He's had his couple of overs, and I don't think we're going to see him again.
No. Keep him fresh for next week. Don't think he needs to prove anything, does he?
Get a quick wicket down at Hove.
Well, you know, they're trying to get a little bit more bounce, and the wickets have been excellent. Ben Gibson and his team do a very, very good job down at Hove, and I'm sure it'll be the same next week.
In comes Lamb again, bowls, and forward comes Root. Gun barrels straight, that delivery from Danny Lamb. Push back to the bowler. Probably having a little bit of practice. He didn't come on, he came on after Hudson Prentice. Again, they'll probably keep him again. Yes, it would be a good idea if he's fit enough. Jack Carson, if he's out there, he might as well have a little bowl.
Well,
in comes Lamb, bowls to Root. Root plays it nicely down to third man, will get 4 runs. Opens the face, perfectly safe shot. And it reached the third man boundary. And this win is coming very quickly for Glamorgan.
there it is, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, he played it well, just dropped his wrists at the moment of impact, as it were, and shoots away for 4. The score has moved on to 37 for 1, and we're only in the 5th over. 19 now runs needed. Lamb to complete the over, bowls, Root defends in the line of off stump, and pushes it back down to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. Are we going to have a change at the far end, or will Cabelas get another over after taking a wicket?
It is going to be Carvelis. I'd have thought if you haven't bowled yesterday with a bad back, I don't see an awful lot of point bowling here with just 18 needed to win. Nick, you just tell me when you want to come on comms, because we want you to be there for the final. The final couple of runs, or the victory. Carvelis running in, bowls and turned by North East, back to the square on the leg side, picks up a single. North East goes to 1, to 38 for 1.
Look at this beautiful evening.
Yeah, it's lovely, and
amazing.
The trees swaying along the banks of the Taff.
After what we had at 3:30.
Yeah. But it's been a terrific game, hasn't it? You know, it's been a really good game of county cricket. It's ebbed and flowed.
Yeah.
Glamorgan, a lot of credit the way they fought back. Colin Ingram and Kiran Carlson were fabulous. You know, Sussex will
cricket at its best.
Yeah, I'm sure Sussex will. You know, they'll go away and think about what happened and get ready next week for Yorkshire. They've still got 2 wins. In comes Carvelis bowls and Roots down the wicket, driving firmly to mid-off.
I saw a piece by well-renowned cricket journalist Paul Edwards. Good man.
Yes,
Paul.
he's a good man. Yeah.
He was at the Oval, and he said it's been a wonderful day's cricket. The members on the first day were full.
Well, yeah.
And he said, enjoy it while you can. A little dig at some people.
Yeah, well, there's a lot. There's a meeting next week, as in comes Carvelis and bowls, and Root defends into the. So I understand there's an ECB meeting here on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently. I don't know if it's the annual meeting or the AGM or what it is, but there is a meeting here.
Nick, did you know anything about that?
And Sussex have got a meeting, a members forum next Friday before the Yorkshire game at 9:30 in the long room. So that's a good
Glamorgan, I think.
a good hour or so. So I'll make sure I see if I can get there and with my ear pressed to the door and see what's discussed. There's so much going on in the world of cricket at the moment. In comes Carvalho's bowls, and Root
Shot.
clips them beautifully away. Through Wideish mid on for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Billy Root. Whistles along the turf. He goes to 16.
It's amazing, isn't it, that when you're full of confidence, you need a small total. The runs comes ever so quickly. You know you're not going to lose the game, and it's a case of just playing a few shots and to win it.
Yeah. Just 14 needed to win now for Glamorgan. Carvalho's. Lovely sunshine. In and bowls, and Root's driving again, and there's more runs here. That's a very good stop actually by Pujara. Did he stop it? No, he didn't. He dived over the top of it.
So
Well, he's generally a very good fielder, is Cheteshwar Pujara, but he dived right over the top of that one, and the ball raced away for a boundary.
looking fine, Nick. This is William Root.
He does 46 for 1, so 10 needed to win. I think if another boundary goes, we'll hand over the microphone to you, good gentleman.
Yeah, we're only in the 6th over, I think.
Yeah, we are.
One ball to go.
Carvalho's in again. Root pulls away, more runs here, and is that going to be another boundary? Yes, it is. And they're rather cantering to victory here are Glamorgan. Root goes to 28, that's the half century up. Just 6 runs that needed to win. So hi to I hand it over to you, Edward, and to Nick.
Yeah, I think Edward, what's the matter with me? Nick better take this over.
Which is likely to see Glamorgan home with only 6 runs needed, and quite the performance today. And indeed, over the last couple of days for Glamorgan, Sussex is 278 all out in their first innings. Didn't look too disastrous. It might have been competitive, but Glamorgan going past that thanks to those marvellous knocks from Ingram and from Carlson. And then the bowling of Gorvin and Hamza today, as Lamb is in to bowl to Sam Northeast, and Northeast is forward, playing it gently out on the offside, and there is no run. So long shadows across Sapphire Gardens, but this will be a memorable match. Sussex would have been heavy favourites on all the stats coming into it, with a couple of wins in a row. All their batters and bowlers boasting decent records this season. Lamb bowls and Northeast plays that into the offside. Again, there is no run. So the final knockings of this game. Glamorgan without a win since round 5 of last season.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a long time.
13 matches, but 12 of those were drawn, so it's not like they've been losing all over the place either. 50 for 1 then. Northeast on strike on 1 not out, and he's not going to get out cheaply as he blocks this one up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Wants the red ink to Sam.
Yeah.
Well, when you've got hundreds of runs to protect in your tally, you don't want that average going down, do you?
I haven't looked at the table today, but I suspect that Glamorgan will leap up there.
Perhaps Adrian could do a few bits of maths now. Adrian looks at
Well,
Lamb.
the table, yeah.
Lamb bowls, Northeast is forward.
I will do a few bits. So,
Sussex remain top.
yeah, Sussex will remain top. Let me just...
Glamorgan with 23 points.
Yeah, so Sussex will get 4 points out of the game. They will have 78. Glamorgan will get 23. They will go to 67, so they will be 11 points behind Sussex.
In second place?
No, 67 points puts them 4th. Middlesex have 68, Leicestershire 68. And then a lot depends on the Northamptonshire game.
Lamb bowls and Northeast drives, but it's nicely fielded by the bowler and his follow-through.
If Northamptonshire, in the very unlikely event, were to beat Gloucestershire, and they're 137 for 2, they still need another 421 to win. So they're
There's rain there tomorrow, isn't it?
not till later on, I don't think.
Right.
But you'd think Northamptonshire are going to struggle to win that, so they'll probably need to take bonus points. Gloucestershire with a win, that's their first win for Onks as well. They'll take full points. They'll be up to 63.
As Lamb bowls, driven by Northeast, but he can't middle it at the moment, and that is a maiden over. So Glamorgan still need 6 runs to win, but the Reassuring news for Welsh listeners is that they have 18 overs in which to do it.
Well, I don't think that Billy Root's going to hit a 6, so if I can start the over, Nick, and you can finish it with a plum.
I always like a plum.
Glamorgan's next match will be against Middlesex. It will not be the road of a pitch that we had at Lord's a couple of weeks ago, as we wait for this next over to start. And, the first ball is cut away, and that will be 4 runs, and that'll be the end of my commentary for this game. Nick Webb.
Very kind of you, Edward. Root moves on to 32. Glamorgan on to 54 for 1, needing just 2 runs for victory in the evening sunshine. And what a couple of days it's been for Glamorgan, as they have overpowered the Division 2 leaders, who I'm sure will have better days to come. And Sussex professional to the end say, well, there's no point in saving singles anymore, and they bring in 6 to save the single. Here comes Carvalis then, in to bowl to Billy Root, who drives on the leg side, fielded at square leg, and there is no run.
Billy in a hurry to go somewhere tonight. Just having a crack at every ball. 32 off 25 balls. Carvalis 1 for 29 in his 4th.
So Carvalis, who batted usefully on day 1, bowling at the end of the game to Billy Root, who clips that one on the leg side straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 54 for 1 it remains. 2 to win for Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online. BBC Radio Wales should be with us in a couple of minutes' time, fingers crossed.
That'll be well timed.
And hopefully that'll be well timed for the victory. North East leans on his bat at the far end, as in comes Carvalis and bowls to Root, who thinks about a quick single that really wasn't there to mid-on, and they then think about an overthrow, and that's not there either. So Glamorgan poised, 2 runs short of victory, 9 wickets in hand. Root wants to get on with it and finish things off, but Carvalis is doing his best to frustrate him with 3 dot balls in a row. Carvalis is in, bowls to Billy Root, who hits him through the leg side, and that'll finish with a flourish. 4 runs for Billy Root, and Glamorgan have won for the first time since May last year.
Congratulations to
by 9 wickets. It has been a comprehensive victory over the Division 2 leaders. Billy Root finishes on 36 not out. Sam North East is 1 not out. And Glamorgan have beaten Sussex by 9 wickets here on BBC Sport Online. So tremendous performance from the Welsh side. From Hamza and Harris with the ball in the first innings, Hamza and Gorvin with the 5-wicket haul in the second innings, Carlson and Ingram with the bat, and it is wrapped up with a 9-wicket victory. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come very shortly, and then perhaps Edward and Adrian could discuss the match for a couple of minutes before we pack up and celebrate or commiserate as necessary. 58 for 1 then, and Glamorgan are victorious. Applause from the pavilion, and a small crowd left, but they've certainly enjoyed these closing stages of the game after the storm. Generous applause from those left, as you might expect. Glamorgan racing to victory in just 7.5 overs, so they weren't hanging around, and they weren't taking any chances about the weather, bad weather returning. Sussex not managing to repeat the performances of the last couple of weeks. Update for radio listeners coming very shortly. As for social media, I've managed to dig out the Glamorgan victory graphic, flashing away there on your X channels. 58 for 1, Carvalus 1 for 33, Lamb 0 for 4, and well, a comprehensive victory, you'd have to say. The good news is that Glamorgan have raced to a 9-wicket victory over the Division 2 leaders Sussex. They've reached 58 for 1 in their second innings, with Billy Root 36 not out, Eddie Byron made 21. That after bowling Sussex out in their second innings for 188 with 5 wickets for Andy Gorvin, the first time he's achieved that in his career. Glamorgan were held up by a 90-minute rain delay and a thunderstorm, but they got back out there and they've raced to victory tonight with bad weather forecast for tomorrow. Glamorgan have beaten Sussex by 9 wickets.
Thanks, Nick, and I think that was a comprehensive win as you could get.
Yes, it was indeed.
Aidan, we'll just go through if you've got
it's
5-10 minutes or
yes,
so.
Of course, yeah, no, it was.
We'll start at the beginning, if you like.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Friday morning when the coin went up, and we were all out there. We were rather surprised when Sam North East said, we will have a bat. We will have a bowl, and we thought, beautiful day, wicket looks fine. Well, there we are. He seems to know something we don't, and it was a good enough start. 133 for 5, then became 140 for 7. But Sussex recovered and got 278, which I admit I thought was a useful score on first innings on a slow pitch.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex looked like they were going to score a lot more than at one stage, 96 for 2, but then they lost those, the sort of collapse in the middle order. They lost 4 for 3 at one stage. In the end, they'd have settled for 278 with the tail wagging with Carvalus and Hudson Prentice. But that looked a very good score, didn't it, when Glamorgan suddenly are 41 for 4.
Yes, a real collapse. And all of a sudden, they recovered, thanks, I think, initially to Colin Ingram. His counter-attack, he hit Danny Lamb in his first over, if I remember correctly, for 3 or 4 fours, and was in terrific nick right through, and he found an able partner in Kiran Carlson and a record partnership of 315, which I thought then, and it meant a useful lead of 133, and well, Sussex will have to score somewhere in the region of 300, 350 to try and force a win here. But they were never in the game today on the last, and they lost early wickets. They did recover. A good partnership between Hudson Prentice and Coles. Coles was undefeated on 61. And it was, in the end, a good bowling performance. Gorvin picking up 5. Hamza also bowled well, and left Glamorgan with a easy target of 56. I think it's fair to say that Glamorgan, from that 41 for 4, outplayed Sussex.
Oh, I think sometimes you just have to tip your hat to 2 terrific performances. I thought Colin Ingram was excellent. I've always thought he's a wonderful player, ably supported by Kiran Carlson. Let's not forget, when they came into bat yesterday, Jaden Seals was bowling at the speed of light from this Cathedral Road end. They weathered the storm, and then they counter-attacked and to really good effect. I thought there was a tremendous performance by those 2. I thought tellingly last night when we did the post-match interviews, and Colin Ingram was interviewed by Nick, and he said, the pitch is nibbling about a little bit. The new ball will be crucial in the morning. It can get stuck in the pitch. And I just wondered then, and certainly Mir Hamza, when he spoke again to Nick on the first night, said, I'm here to take wickets, I'm here to win matches. And you have to say Sam North East clearly read the pitch correctly.
It was not a Seals wicket, it was a Hamza wicket.
Yes, I think it was more. I mean, Jaden Seals bowled beautifully, and to pick up those 5 wickets. Yeah. Lovely to see someone bowling as fast as he was, but I think Hamza bowled beautifully, and as you say, Andrew Gorvin as well.
Right, let's look forward. Glamorgan will have Middlesex here on Friday. Middlesex have won the game. They're hovering up around the top, they'll have huge confidence, and I envisage an unbeaten, an unchanged side for that game. It'd be rather cruel to drop somebody. On the Sussex side, you go down to Hove, you'll have a good pitcher, you always do, and I reckon that Sussex will get their heads together. Right, let's forget Glamorgan and Cardiff, let's get back to business, and they're still a very good side, Adrian.
Yes, I think they are, and there's bound to be bumps along the way. Sussex have brought in some experience. John Simpson, who didn't have a good game here, he picked up a pair. That does happen. Danny Lamb, similarly. There will be one or two question marks at the top of the order. Tom Clark hasn't had a great start to the season. He struggled here as well. I just wonder whether they may be contemplating a change at the top of the order, whether perhaps Ollie Carlton might come in. I mean, he's a fine player, Tom, but I just sometimes wonder whether your confidence takes a little bit of a knock, and wonder maybe there might be a change there. But I think Sussex won't panic. I think Paul Farbrace is that sort of a character. Ollie Robinson will be back next week for the game against Yorkshire, which will strengthen the attack. So yes, Sussex have been outplayed here. I think all they can say is well done, Glamorgan. It was an excellent performance. And I always said this season was going to be really tight in Division 2 of the Championship, and I really see nothing to change that view, to be honest.
Adrian, it's been an absolute pleasure as always to have you up in
Thank
Cardiff. We look forward to seeing you coming back in a couple of weeks for the fun and games, the T20
Yes.
Bash, and we'll see you then, and have a very safe journey back home. Thank you everybody for listening. It's been an absolute pleasure. Nick and I will be back on Friday morning, but from a very sunny, glorious evening here at Sapphire Gardens. A very good night to you all. Nos da chi gyd.